birthdays. So can you tell me when your birthday is?
September 1st.
Oh, Virgos. My second favorite sign after Pisces, which has to be my favorite sign because I am one. But Virgos are the most misunderstood sign. My producer just flashed a little thing that said, Alexa, sue Jeff Bezos. So, which I thought was awesome. Here's the thing about Virgos that most people don't get. People think that you guys are like the uptight sign, or that you perfectionistic or have obsessive compulsive disorder. I'm not saying that isn't true sometimes. What you guys are really about is you're about purity, idealism, and living your sort of spiritual ideals in the day-to-day, earth world. Does that make sense?
It sure does.
I thought so. I just got that vibe about you. I love Virgos. So my angel, how can I help you today? What's your question?
Oh, well, I have a few questions, actually. First question would be just the insecurity that my daughter's having in our relationship, and it's really affecting me. And just wondering if we can get any sense of that.
Yeah. No, I totally understand what you're saying. Also, you're blaming yourself for your daughter's insecurity. Is that correct? You think like, what did I do wrong? Is she insecure in her relationship, or in her relationship, or insecure in her relationship with you? I just want to be clear about that. Which is it?
No, in her relationship with her significant other.
Okay.
I'm there for her. I support her, and
oh, you're totally there for her. You are so there for her. And forgive me if I'm talking over you. I'm reading the captions. I'm having a little trouble hearing.
There's quite a lag in the conversation.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'll speak faster. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. How old is she? I get a 7, but I'm not sure if it's 17 or 27. How old is she? Oh, she's 20, so it's right in between there.
29.
I don't know. I think my spirit guides have been. Oh, she's 29. Okay. She looks 27. Here's what I'm getting. I'm getting that she feels this guy is a little out of her league in some way. Is that correct?
Not really. He's just all over the place. And he has, I think he's not totally committed, and yet they're together and they have children.
No, he's not totally committed. And I think the more he's not out of her league. Okay, let me put it this way. Okay, hold on. I'm just hearing what my guides are saying. Give me 1 second. My guides are saying this. My guides are saying that it's not that she feels he's out of her league. She just has become mildly obsessed with having him make a commitment to her, which makes total sense. But I think she's kind of stressing that. So she's become just like, it's like tunnel vision about that. Is that correct?
Well, it's possible, but I mean, she does well on her own with the children. I mean, she's looking after his 2 other kids.
Oh, I know she does well with the children,
Yeah, but a lot of times she tells me that she doesn't care about what he does, but yet, he needs to be there for them. And it doesn't appear to be that way, so it's frustrating.
That must be frustrating, because if she's taking care of his kids, I think one of the problems might be that your daughter's an angel. I think she sounds like just a lovely person.
You got that right on.
You know so well. She's putting up with too much from him. She's taking too much from him. He's not that great a guy, just between you and me. I'm not a fan, but you didn't hear that from me, and certainly not on TV.
You hear it from me.
I think that yeah, so we're on the same page here. I sort of want him out of there in a rocket because honestly, I think he's taking advantage of her. And I think that how can I put this? I'm sorry, the microphone thing is a little difficult, so bear with me. Thank you for your patience. You're an angel too. I see where she gets it. She's a lovely person. The other thing is, she could kind of have anybody she wants. She's a very attractive girl. She really is. And I'm not just saying that because she's your daughter. I'm saying that because it's her. Is that true?
Oh, very much so. Beautiful in and out.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. She's really beautiful. And she's got gorgeous eyes and beautiful cheekbones. And she's got a very nice figure, which is very unusual these days. Yeah. Okay. I know she says she doesn't care about what he does. So let me tell you a secret about human beings. We don't tell the truth about our feelings. We just don't. That's I don't know why, but we don't. And interestingly, what I've noticed, I've been doing this for a long time. And not that long, but I've been doing this for 15, 20 years now. And what I've noticed is that people will tell you the exact opposite of how they feel. And they believe it. When she says, I don't care about what he does, she is independent, don't get me wrong. But she cares very much about what he does. And she is kind of making her self-esteem a little too dependent on him. I would like her to not stop taking care of the children. I'm not like, put them out in the street for recycling. That's not what I'm saying, but I would like her to start scheduling conversations with him. And one thing I will say is this is a very vain man. This is a man who's got a big ego. Am I correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Big ego. I don't like him. I'm sorry. I just don't. I think he's really taking advantage of her. She could do so much better. Here's the good news. I think they are going to break up within the next 2 years, probably sooner than 2 years if she puts her foot down. Because if she starts setting boundaries with him, he's going to be like, see ya. But she needs to start off slow and have a conversation with him like once a week where she just says, look, you need to arrange for childcare. I've got a life. I love you. I love your kids. I love our kids. Have they got 2 kids or 3 together?
They have. Well, he has
3.
They have 2 kids together, and he has 2 kids from a previous relationship.
Yeah, he has 2. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. He has 2 from a previous. Okay, they're gonna break up. She's going to find somebody better, and it's sooner than 2 years. I actually think they'll probably break up in about 6 months. So don't worry too much about it. She just has to put her foot down, and she has to stop telling herself that she's not acting like an independent woman. She's acting like somebody who's letting herself be taken advantage of, and she's better than that. She's not only good looking on the inside and good looking on the outside, she's smart, and she's good at what she does. So what I'd like her to do is start setting boundaries with him. And because he's very vain, here's my advice. She should start out by buttering the living daylights out of him. You're so handsome. You're so great. All right, I think that's our time. But I love my cherished ducklings. Thank you for calling. Get back in touch with me, and I'll do another 10 minutes for you. And that color looks great on you. Bye, guys.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Universal Mechanic with Simon Stone. Simon Stone. Live from the universalmechanic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Universal Mechanic
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, or good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world. I hope you're all well. I hope you're getting through life. I hope you're working out your past traumas and you're waking up each day and you're ready to face each day and you're ready to start again. Energies are, like I said, I've been saying for weeks now, they're all changing, they're all swirling around, things are settling down, things are calming down, we're starting to be on the paths that we're supposed to be on. And don't forget, the 24th of this month, we have February's full moon, the snow moon, happening, so more changes coming again our way and shaking things up. So fingers crossed, I hope that you're clearing the path for your rest of your life and that everything is okay. Now, as always, I'm going to take calls on tonight's show, so they'll come in whenever they come in. If you want to, then just dial the number or even give me a message on info@universalmechanic.com. Check out my website, universalmechanic.com, and you can see all the various things and sessions and treatments that I do. I offer one-to-one readings, energy sessions, healing, whatever it may be, but check me out on that website, universalmechanic.com. So, how you all doing? How are you surviving each day? Do you wake up each day and you just have that energy around you that's been around you for years and you don't know what to do with it and you finally want to remove it? Well, breath work is a good way of helping you physically calm yourself in that moment. In the human 3D realm, we all have a spiritual self, we have our emotional and subconscious self, but we do forget our 3D self. We're still here, we're still on the human realm, we're still on this planet Earth, and we still have to live and we still have to survive. And part of the human realm is to actually teach us the lessons that we're here for, our soul and things like this. So I mentioned breath work, so just for a second, anybody who's listening, if you're struggling, if you feel like you've got a weight in your chest or you've got an energy around it you just don't like and you feel unsettled and agitated, then just come in and close your eyes, as I always say to people, and I'm just going to do 3 long, deep breaths. So just close your eyes for a second, guys, and I want you to take a long, deep breath in through your nose and out through your mouth and pause in between the inhale and the exhale. And do this 3 times, okay? So and pause. And exhale through your mouth. Inhale again through your nose. And pause. And exhale. And last one, in through the nose. And pause. And exhale. Now, obviously, those 3 long, deep breaths don't cure you, but they definitely give you a sense of peace and calmness in that moment to deal with whatever you used to deal with. That's a fantastic everyday thing. Try that whenever you're getting agitated or you feel yourself becoming off kilter or you feel you're about to react or whatever. Do that and it will calm yourself down. Okay, so there's a little tool for you. It's an everyday tool, like I said. Use it any time throughout the day, and it's great. And next week I'll teach you something else. But I've got a caller on the line at the moment. She's from Chicago in Illinois, and it's Arshaya. Are you there, Arshaya?
Hello, how are you?
I'm well, Arshaya. How are you doing, sweetie?
I'm good. Happy to be talking to you.
Well, that's the first. That's the first. Someone's happy to talk to me. That's great. That's wonderful. How are you doing, though, Arshaya? Are you practicing spiritualist, or is it just a hobby that you're interested in, or do you something you actually believe in?
Yeah, I do totally believe in, because everything spiritual I feel totally connected to, I think, since I was a kid.
Yeah. Do I feel like, as I'm talking to you, I feel like you're on a journey to search for something. It feels like you're okay with who you are. You know who you are, but it just feels like you're looking for a purpose for your life. Does that make sense? Or a purpose of where you're going and what direction you're going in?
Yeah, yes.
Does that make sense to you? Because I just feel the energy from you that 2 seconds. I've got. Oh,
Can I ask you something?
Certainly, darling.
Oh, so I have been through very, very turbulent times. I'm looking for my way forward. There are some things which I'm hoping would happen. This is about a relocation to a sort of community, like a campus, like a community campus, spiritual community campus in North Carolina. I'm currently in Chicago, and I'm really anxious about this to work out, because I feel it'll just help me to move forward.
I understand, darling. What I was going to say before you started speaking, I feel a huge amount of energy around you, and swirling stomach and anxiety and everything else like that. I feel that is you. I feel you. That's how you feel at the moment. You feel a little lost. You don't know where to go. You don't know what to do, and you don't know what path to walk down. But I'm being shown that deep down in your stomach, your intuition, you know what it is you want to do. And I feel that this is what's causing the anxiety, is that what you want to do is something completely different to the norm than what you normally do. I do feel a relocation. I do feel like a distance, as in you will be moving or traveling. So that would make sense as regards North Carolina. You're saying it's a spiritual community. I do understand that. It feels like at the same time that you want to take a leap of faith into the spirituality, into the spiritual life, and embrace it fully, if that makes sense. I also feel that you're tired with what I would call the normal world. You know, when you go out and speak to normal people that are not spiritual, or interact with spiritual people, and I feel that you're starting to struggle with that, and that you feel you want to embrace the spirituality and the spiritual life and spiritual people as a whole. Does that make sense to you so far?
Yes, it does, actually.
Okay.
It does, pretty much. I wanted to ask you, about the real...
I'll also ask you quickly, because we don't have a huge amount of time, and I want to get this through, and I definitely got spirit connecting with me as well. I do feel that you feel, would this make sense to you, that you feel as though you're single, as though you're on your own? It feels like that an energy that was around you once before, as in a partner or a relationship, isn't there anymore. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, my sister.
Okay.
My sister passed away, and she was very, very close to me.
Okay, sweetheart. Your sister, right? Okay, that is who I believe I have with me. I do have a male and a female, and I feel that the male is helping the female come through with her energy. 2 seconds, darling. Right, who has problems with her eyesight?
I do. I wear glasses.
Okay. Did your sister have problems with her eyesight as well?
She wore glasses too, yeah.
Well, okay. And is your eyesight deteriorating further?
Yeah, seems to be a bit worse than before.
It does seem to be a bit worse than before. Right. Also, I'm being told by this lady that I'm connected to, she's saying you need to read the small print. So there's some documents, some insurance documents, or some legal documents, or there's some documents you need to read the small print and be aware of any catches.
Okay.
Okay, so if there's any documentation you're dealing with at the moment, especially if it's legal or insurance or to do with money or something else like that, make sure you read the small print I'm being shown. Okay, so there's something that you need to be made aware of with that. Also, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm just being shown a golden elephant. Would you understand why I'm seeing a golden elephant or an elephant that's got a very bright light around it?
I can't really think of one right now.
Have a think, but I'm being shown an elephant and it's all dressed and there's jewels all over it and it's golden and there's a beautiful bright golden light from behind. So this is definitely from the divine and from your sister. So keep an eye out for the elephant. I also do know elephants are good luck. So I feel that luck is coming your way. 2 seconds, darling. I'm also being taken to September. So September is significant, an anniversary, a birthday, a date, or a passing of some kind, but September is significant.
Last year, September, my sister passed.
Sorry, darling?
My sister passed in September last year.
Okay, that's just confirmation that I've got your sister with me. Okay, darling, I understand that. 2 seconds. Right. Would you understand that you're starting to feel more like you again? You're starting to feel happier within yourself.
Right now, I'm struggling with a lot of grief.
I understand that, but would you understand that in the last month or so, as regards you and who you are as a person, you're starting to happier may be the wrong word, but you're starting to come to terms with the grief.
Yeah, I actually there's something creative I started working on, and that helped. You're right about that.
Good. I do feel you do need to make that decision about moving to North Carolina or going to North Carolina.
Are you getting a yes on that? Are you getting a yes? Are the cards saying a yes to the...
Sweetheart, I can give you a yes, I can give you a no. All I'm doing is giving you what I'm feeling from you and what I'm getting from your sister. And I feel that it's your decision to make. However, I do feel excited by it. So that would tell me go and do it. Go and enjoy yourself and become the person that you finally wish you've always wanted to be.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. I'm trying to find my way. Yes.
Yeah, I understand. This is about finding your way and finding who you are and finally becoming the person that you've always wanted to be. So I do feel that this would lift you. I do feel that if you take it, it would be an exciting move for you. I do feel it will make you happier, and I do feel that you will become content with who you are and find your way, as it were.
It's not in my hands. It's somebody else's decision for my move. That's why I'm anxious about it. It's not my decision.
Right, okay. You say it's not your decision. Well, it is and it isn't. You know, I understand someone saying you can go or you can't go, but at the same time, you have your choice about whether you want to go.
I don't know whether that person will say yes or no, you know.
I understand, but I feel excited. So I do feel that there is excitement and there is new news coming into your life that would lift you and excite you. So this could well be it. I do feel that there will be a change in your life coming up. Hang on. Yeah, I do feel that there is a change coming up in your life, and I do feel that it'll be happening outside of your control, as it were. So that would make sense with someone saying to you, yes, come along. This North Carolina thing, is it sort of March, April, May time?
It's sort of what? Sorry?
This place in North Carolina where you could potentially move to or go to live, is it March, April, May time that you could move?
Well, actually, it could be, either next month, sometime towards the end of next month is what I was expecting.
Okay, that's what I'm getting. March, April, May time, springtime. So, and I do feel that the move is coming, but I'm being shown between now and then you've got to believe that you're actually moving and start making the changes that you need to make, the psychological changes, and actually start physically preparing yourself. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Basically, it'll revolve around a lot of creative work, which is why I'm eager to go there. That really helped me heal.
There you go, darling. You said it yourself, creativity, everything else. So go and do it. You get the opportunity. I feel the excitement around you, and I'm going to put my neck on the line, and I'm going to say I do feel it's going to happen. But I'll be honest with you, I do get, I said March, but I do get May as well. So it'll be around March, April, May time, all right?
Okay.
All right, then, I feel well. And please look after yourself. And always remember to give yourself love. Always to love who you are first.
Yes. Thank you so much for your message. That was so timely.
You're more than welcome, sweetheart. Look after yourself.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you,
and
darling.
And a wonderful year.
You too, darling. Take care. All right, I do have another caller online too, so I got distracted there. Natasha in Bristol, the UK. How are you doing, Natasha?
Yeah, I'm doing really well, thanks.
You okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just struggling to hear you, darling. That's all a little bit. Are you? Okay. I got a lot. I was going to say you're a spiritual person, but instantly I've got a male connecting with strong energy, and he's showing me there's a lot of energy and emotion around you at the moment. Can you understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can also hear it in your voice, sweetheart. I'm just being told the words. You do know it's okay to have a cry, don't you?
Yeah.
Because I know you try and hide it a lot of the times. I feel you're very emotional. My throat is up, like you want to cry all the time. And I feel that there's people around you that could be talking normally or whatever, and it just triggers you, and you have to go away and sort of compose yourself and maybe have a couple of tears. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
It's okay to grieve. Stop beating yourself up thinking that you're weak or you're stupid for thinking and feeling how you are at the moment. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Natasha, you do know you're worth it, don't you?
Yeah.
Stop thinking you're not.
Okay.
Would you understand why I'm seeing daisy chains or daisy crown?
No.
You know daisy chains that kids used to make?
Yeah, I used to make them with my nan, actually.
Okay. Would you understand why I'm seeing a lady putting a daisy crown on your head?
Yeah.
Would you understand why I'm being shown sunflowers?
No.
Well, they symbolise to me, sunshine, strength, and strength. And I feel that you need, there's a lady around you that's trying to give you a lot of strength at the moment because you feel like you're having to deal with this on your own. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
It's like you feel that no one understands how you feel.
Yeah.
Do you have someone you can talk to?
Yeah.
I'm just having to think, sweetheart, that's all, because I feel that you need to talk to that person a little bit more. Tell them how you feel, because I don't think you tell people everything how you feel.
No.
It's like you hold things back, not in a bad way. Don't think that. I'm not judging or criticising you. It's just, I feel that there's someone you need to speak to, whether it's a family member, a friend, or even a stranger. But I feel that there's someone you need to speak to and tell them how you truly feel.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have a little boy?
Yeah.
Would you understand? I'm seeing you hugging him and cuddling him a lot.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I mean when someone says to you unconditional love?
Yeah.
The feeling I get is like you want someone just to love you for you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And it's right when we want a garden to grow and look beautiful, we have to attract the bees, don't we?
Yeah.
And it's like you're chasing after the bees when really you should be sitting there making your world beautiful, and the bees will come attract to you.
Yeah. I see that.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
And I feel that you need to learn how to love who you are and put yourself first.
Yeah.
You're a woman that wears a heart on her sleeve, yeah? You still there, Natasha? I think we may have. If you're still there, Natasha, speak up. It's okay. But I feel it is something you need to learn to love who you are. Stand in front of the mirror and tell yourself that you love yourself each day. Put yourself first. In other words, make sure that, you know, everything in your life is as good as it can be, or the things that you control about you, and then worry about the outside stuff. Are you still there, Natasha? Okie dokie. We're getting her back. We lost her for a little bit, but I think that's a lesson for all of us, guys. We have this life that we have to live, and we have people we have to consider and love and include in our lives and everything else. But I think before we can include anybody in our lives for any reason, I think we have to consider who we are and love who we are first. Are you there, Natasha?
Yeah, I'm there. Sorry, I got cut off. I don't know what happened.
That's all right, darling. What was the last bit you heard?
You said about self-love and stuff.
Yeah. Do you understand that about loving who you are?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I also be shown to say, you know, make them chase you,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people out there who come across as confident, they know what they're doing and all the rest of it, when really they don't, and deep down they don't. But they also make mistakes, and they also, you know, misinterpret how they're feeling and everything else like this. And for other people, it can be painful. And I feel that's what you're going through at the moment, that I feel that you haven't been considered, or someone wasn't very considerate to you. Would you understand why I'm seeing roses, red roses and white roses?
No.
Well, the red roses signify love, so I think there's a lot of love there as well. Also, for me personally, white roses symbolise my mum, because they're a symbol. So there's definitely a motherly energy around you. I don't know if it is your mum yourself, or definitely a lady that had, you know, motherly tendencies for you, and she loves you greatly.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, and she's around you a hell of a lot as well. Why am I seeing lemon cake or lemon sweets of some kind?
My nan.
Okay, so it's your nan that we got with us and around you. You know your nan's with you quite a bit. Have you had some objects move in your house in the last week or two?
No, not what I know of. I think my sister did.
Okay, your sister did. Okay, I am being shown that as well. Okay, I feel that there be objects moving around in your place as well, so keep an eye on it. Or if they're not moving, then, or you don't see them move, then you'll find that things are in a different place from where you last left them. Have you been noticing that?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, a lot. That's spirit. That's your nanny and your sister trying to let you know that they're there.
Yeah.
You know. I saw this the other day. Would you understand why someone's showing me My Little Pony?
No.
Well, when I see the My Little Pony horse and all, I'm seeing the rainbow. Remember the rainbow that came with the My Little Pony toys? The picture.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel with the rainbow, it's like good luck's coming. I feel that there's good luck coming. I feel that there's money coming your way as well. Also with the rainbows.
Yeah, there is money coming. My nan's inheritance.
Oh, right. Okay. So there you go. There's some money. Oh, okay. Has there always been something you've wanted to do but never had the money?
Wanted to go on a holiday abroad, to be fair.
I do feel the use of travel, and it's like whatever it is that you've got coming, use it to do something that you've always wanted to do.
Yeah.
And you mentioned about traveling, going abroad or somewhere. Go somewhere, if you can afford it, go somewhere where you've always wanted to go. And I must admit, I'm seeing Florida and Disney and all that, so I don't know if that's your thing. But I feel someone's going to give you this, or the money's going to give you the opportunity to maybe do something that you wouldn't normally have the chance to do. And I'm being shown that if you use that money for other things, it will quickly go and you won't really have much of a memory to have. Whereas if you go on holiday with it, wherever you may go, you've got those memories for a lifetime. And I'm also being shown that if you go on holiday, it may inspire you to move forward. Are you thinking about changing jobs or changing career paths, doing something different?
I don't work.
You don't work?
I don't work, but I want to be a spiritualist person.
Here you go, darling. Find your local church, find your local circle, local to you. Join a circle, development circle. We do one online. Message me at info@theuniversalmechanic.com. We do one on a Friday night online on Zoom, and it's a development circle. There's plenty of development circles out there, either locally or online, and you'll be able to find and develop your spiritual ability. Do you feel a lot? Do you feel a lot of energies, as I call it? Do you feel like you get gut instinct and knotted stomach and butterflies in your stomach and things like that?
Yeah. My intuition is quite good.
There you go.
And I've done mediumship, like reading from rings and drawing.
I understand. Well, carry on with that. You have to develop it. Go and do it. I'm going to have to wrap this up now, darling, because I'm literally running out of time. I've got seconds left before the next show is on. But find a local development circle, or go online to development circle, or send me a message at info@theuniversalmechanic.com and I'll send you some links.
Can I quickly ask you when the money's coming in?
I'm getting spring. I just saw daffodils. So again, that's March, April, May time, darling.
All right then.
Okay then, sweetheart. I hope it goes well. Send me a message if you need to ask anything, and that goes to anyone. Send me a message. Go to theuniversalmechanic.com. Check me out. I love you all. Remember, the full moon on the 24th, so a lot of changes. The energies are going to be weird for the next day or two. So, namaste. Look after yourself and take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, good day. Welcome to Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny show. So I'm a natural clairvoyant medium, and I'm going to be demonstrating live on air on Moonstruck TV, A1R Psychic Radio today, just how that works. Now we use cards, which are always available for anybody really to use. And these are tarot cards, and these are very ancient ones. They're my Victorian ones. You'll probably all be aware of the Rider-Waite ones, and these are universally used, and they're very common as well in terms of being easy for each individual to open up your psychic senses. So we're going to be talking about intuition. We all have that level of intuition, and that in turn turns into psychic ability, and we all have it in sometimes small measure and sometimes lots and lots of, heaps and bags of psychic ability. And it varies in the generations as well, because it does pass down from one generation to another. But the trick here is that everybody can really exercise the use of your intuition, and that is bringing in your own psychic senses. And I know that a lot of callers who come through on our Psychic Destiny show and to A1R Psychic Radio have in fact got lots and lots of potential and lots of psychic gifts themselves. And it's often quite uncanny the way that they pick things up and have dreams and have, really a broad spectrum of understanding of how to connect to spirit, maybe, how to get messages, and how to understand how psychic connections work. So as we go forward on this show and also on my website, we will be discovering a lot more about psychic development for everybody, and that's your psychic senses, your intuition. Now, you can find out quite a lot on Facebook and on Instagram if you go to those accounts which I hold, which are Eleanor Grace Psychic Evenings. I'm based in London, and you can get a reading from me at any time by going to my website and booking, and that's GraceDestiny.com. You'll see it here. It's all there. And you can also get a personal email reading done by me, and I will be answering your questions. And it's not expensive at all to do that, but it often brings in that extra psychic edge for you. So do take a look, and don't forget, it's me that will personally answer your psychic email reading. It's me that will do your psychic reading by video call as well. And don't forget the time difference. So I think we've got Gwendolyn who has come through, our first caller. Hello, Gwendolyn. Are you there?
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, I am.
Give you a quick wave there, Gwendolyn. And whereabouts are you from?
Amherst, Massachusetts.
Are you? Okay. Not that I know it too well, but I'm in London. I'm Eleanor. Now, Gwendolyn, I'm just going to take a couple of cards here for you. And I've got my thinking cap on as well. And you were on the East Coast. Thank you. My producer has just told me exactly where you are. Not very good at geography, not really, but let's get some psychic connections with you. Using my cards, I'm just going to take a couple here. Right. Ooh, this one's lovely. Look at this here. We've got the Ace of Pentacles. So you have some destiny around you right now, Gwendolyn. And when you actually get an ace card from one of my decks, it means that there's something about to happen which you're destined to experience. You can't avoid it. You can't miss it. You can't turn around it. There's nothing that you can do about this. But happily, this is a very good omen here for you. It brings luck and opportunity with it. It's the Ace of Pentacles, so money is going to be your focus. So you're thinking about money, your income, and additional funds as well that maybe you want. I think you're dreaming of something big here. I'm getting that with you. You've got this wide vision. It's lovely to see. And I'm looking at your future path, and I feel that it's very expansive, and really you should be sort of continuing that expansion. You know, you should really be able to say, okay, I want the biggest house, I want to have the most money, I want the most fantastic partner, wonderful family and children. All of those things are available to you, especially now that you have selected the Magician. Now, the Magician card brings in unexpected change. So that's what's there for you. And I feel that, you know, you've got prospects, new prospects here that really cut across the range of your experiences. So it's not just about money, but it's also about your personal happiness. Are you looking to take a leap of faith at the moment? I have this sense here, Gwendolyn, that there's an open canyon in front of you, and it's a great big ravine, and you're standing on the edge, and you can see the other side. You can see where you want to get to, but it's quite a leap, and you don't know whether you're going to quite make it or not, and where's the safety net, and is there a ladder that you can climb instead of taking this jump? That's what I see around you. I do think that you're going to be successful. I do think you're going to take this leap of faith. Does that make sense to you? Let's just get some feedback from you for a moment, Gwendolyn.
That feeling, absolutely. That is exactly how I've been feeling. I'm wondering if there's like, if I should stay in my relationship, or if I should.
I know. It's that ladder, isn't it? Do I have a ladder that I can climb that is going to safely get me onto the other side and mean that I'm going to be 100% committed and there's 100% guarantee? But there isn't. But I am saying to you that this is what is around you. These are the questions that you really, really do need to have some answers to. Unexpected developments are coming in. So let's just take the next card here and see. Okay, so we're going across. Let's just have a look, see what this one is. All right, we've got the 7 of coins now. This is about making a decision, and you're making up your mind at this particular time. And then you've got the World. The World is about expansion, and it's exactly what I could see around you. And interestingly here, Gwendolyn, the man isn't there. You know, he's not around you. He's not in these first 4 cards. We do not have the man there. What we do have is unexpected positive change. So yes, you are going to take that leap of faith. You are going to make that move. You are going to jump away from the trappings that are around you at the moment. And if you think about it sort of in a way that, see, I keep wanting to go to my head and sort of think, you know, do this. If you think about it in the way that this isn't this massive, big decision, you can take baby steps here. You don't have to be so prescriptive about the big drama of, hey, I'm leaving you and I'm going off and I'm going to start a new life. What you can do instead is just say, I need a break. I just need to call a halt at the moment because this isn't positive. I'm not enjoying my experience with you. I'm not enjoying my relationship with you right now. And that means that it's hurting me, it's hurting you. And this sort of thinking, that you've got to do here, it's all those psychic senses that are coming out. And I feel that you're being compelled, almost pushed, want to push you forward and sort of say, look, you're okay, Gwendolyn, you're perfectly fine. And you have got the right to make your own choices. And also you've got spirit with you. I feel that there's a lady around you who is family, probably. I've got the initial of M being strong here, M-A. Those two initials are very powerful in your spirit world. Do you have a family member, ancestor, a lady who has passed over with those initials? Can I ask you that, Gwendolyn?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, this would go back quite some way, and I want you to ask your family, but it's M, the initial of M, first of all. You'll probably remember it, but there's a lady that's pushing you and wanting to show you a new pathway, a new way forward. I
do love him, though, and a lot of me want to stay.
Well, you can take a break, and I think that that's what you're going to do. I think that you may love him, but you have to get the balance right between you, and you need to know that he is as much a committed person as you are. So let me see here with our Victorian romantic. Yeah, I mean, he's a successful guy. He does like his mates, doesn't he? He likes his friends, his male friends. I see them there around him. And I feel that you will have to. You're going to these new shores. So you are going to make that decision just to cut things off, even if it's a temporary basis. And yes, you love him, but I think that you need to know what that means. What does that mean to you? Does that mean that he's committed, that he's going to provide for you, going to give you a life and, be by your side and help you and guide you, be faithful and loyal to you and give you a good time? Where's the happiness? Where's the happiness that he's bringing to you? And I feel that this is an assessment time now, Gwendolyn. And don't forget that lady in spirit is with you. You will have that initial coming into your life. I do want to go very much to Maria. I'm going to go with that name because she's there. And you will either meet her very soon or somebody will say, hey, I know who that is. And you've got that connection. There's great success here, Gwendolyn. There's nothing to be feared, nothing to be frightened of. And I feel that you will enjoy this next stage now in your life. And don't
So
feel...
then that means I really ought to do something about the marriage date.
You got to what? Sorry, I didn't hear.
Do something about my wedding date.
Well...
We're supposed to be married soon.
I wonder if that's what the M stood for, marriage. It's one of those, isn't it? But you're not sure, are you?
No.
Well,
I think it's because I've been starting to get these feelings when I've started to get a lot of anxiety, and I think it's just because it's getting close.
Yeah. Well, But
I haven't felt this way with anyone ever, and I cannot ignore it.
No, of course not. But I think that you should perhaps take a small break. Maybe think a lot. I keep going to my head. Think. think about this. You've got to reconsider and make your decision. And you have to take a leap of faith. That's your message today. And it may well be that you decide to jump in and see what it feels like being married. It may well be that if you take that short break, then, I'm happy as I am. So there's your reading, Gwendolyn. Fingers crossed for you that you make absolutely the right decision. I'm sure you will. And there's great happiness ahead in any event. So thank you for calling. I'm now going to my next caller, Tony. Hello, Tony. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello there. Hi, you're through to Eleanor Grace. Now, let's have a look at you and see what we can see. Just going to grab my crystal here. I'm in my psychic room at the moment. So let's have a look at this crystal ball. This is always a lovely thing to do. And this is especially for you, Tony. Now, straight away, I have big open spaces around you. This represents to you a lot of freedom. So I think that this is a bid for freedom, that you want to end restrictions around you, Tony, and you want to have the capability of making your own decisions, having autonomy in your life. Now, I think that this is coming in your workplace or in decision over work or a job. Are you in that process at the moment of changing what you do every day for a living, looking at new prospects? Is that something that you're considering, Tony?
No, not really.
Oh, right, okay. Well, you are then going to take up some sort of promotion because this is a change, and it's a change that's in your crystal, and it's here to tell you that you have got a progression. You're not standing still at all here, Tony, and it may well be in your personal life, but this is coming through to me as changes within work, changes within your job, your everyday experience, and how you are going to manage that and combine that with some positive changes in your own personal life. Let's just take a couple of cards and see what the cards say. What was your main question here?
Well, my daughter, she is, they say she's in the beginning of having a miscarriage. So we're going through that, and I didn't know if you could tell me anything about that situation.
That she's at the beginning of a miscarriage, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let me just cut the cards on that. Yeah, you're having to wait. There's a period of time that you're having to wait here for the answer for that. It is salvageable. I do have that here. And you do have the true situation being given to you within quite a short space of time. Strength and patience is what you're being guided to really feel inside you. But my first connection with you with the crystal was about expansion and open spaces, and you needing to feel as though you had freedom and autonomy to make decisions and end of restrictions that are around you. So this is looking very positive for a very good result, and for you to be able to just cling on to that, which I feel is very important here for you, Tony. It's so sad when these things happen, but often it is not a physical reason, but sometimes, more of an emotional response that you have. I don't have a definitive answer here for you. There's no ending to this. So I feel that this is a salvageable situation, that there is going to be a solution. Is she in hospital at the moment?
No.
I do have hospital here, so there will be a need to tend to her at this time, and she's quite strong here as well. She does have strength. Now, I've got a card here which just really dictates the man. He's the man that really is sort of not doing what he should be doing at the moment. You know, he just doesn't seem to be there with everything. And you've got also some solutions from this woman. There's a family member that is helping you, and there's a family member that will step in and give you whatever it is that you need. This is somebody who's older than you, but I don't feel as though it's a mother, it's a friend or somebody very close to you. Good news is coming. Good news, it's on its way. But I think that this is a charge. I think you need to be looking at some medical treatment that you can absorb at the moment so that you've got the best outcome for you and also for her, so that you can see that this is a solution that you're going towards. Okay, let me just shuffle some angel cards for you, because I want to give you that angel message. I think you need it at the moment, don't you?
Yes.
What happened yesterday? I mean, did this start yesterday? Did it, Tony?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. It was confirmed yesterday that she was indeed having a miscarriage.
Yeah. Let's see where the angels are, shall we? Because I feel that that's where you need some help and some guidance. I do feel that there's treatment that she will need to have in the hospital. But let's see what the angels say here. I'm just cutting cards now for you. Let's have a look. Okay, so you've got, first of all, listen to your intuition. That's very important. You've got helpful people that are around you, and there's no need to worry. So everything is being resolved here. That freedom, that sort of open space that I was giving to you as well, I feel that this is really all about you meditating a little, taking some time out, reassessing your family, your situation, looking for some answers and getting them as well, because this romance that is around your daughter here, is this a solid relationship? Because I feel that there's some concerns there. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Tony? Okay. Is he okay? Or is he not really? Yeah?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, he's okay. Because you've got success. Now, success is going to come through. I just feel that regardless of what you are going through right now, and your daughter too, that this is perhaps the right outcome for the wrong reasons, but that ultimately you will find that this is another pathway that is emerging here for your family, and that something good is coming out of this. So I feel that there's another opportunity. You've got success. Now that I feel is not necessarily turning the clock back. You can't do that. Whatever has started will have to proceed, and it will have to happen. And that's something that you do know, and that's something as well that your daughter knows. However, is going to result in something new that is being formed. And that's what I could see straight away. There's a new beginning. There's an open space. So you can write a new story. And that's something that your daughter can do, and that she can elevate herself from this and perhaps just think, okay, it's not the end of the world. It is going to be a new start for her and also for you. You will be the guide. I feel that you are guiding the family through this, and you're guiding everybody, I feel, into, a conclusion and wanting to see some resolutions, and there will be. But I feel that your daughter will be persevering. I do have some hospital treatment, and I do feel that there will be another opportunity. Let's see what the angels say about another pregnancy, another opportunity, and when that is likely to be. Because I feel that you have to really think past this now, Tony. It's not something that you can help at the moment. You cannot turn that clock back. Right, so I'm shuffling now for you. Just say stop when you feel ready.
Stop.
Right, see what's here. There's big happy changes. That's the top card that you can get. So regardless of how devastating this situation is for you right now, you've got some big happy changes here. So every message that is coming through to you here, Tony, from the crystal ball, from the tarot cards, from the Victorian cards, and now the angel cards, is really saying to you, look, this isn't as bad as you think, and that there's a better outcome, a better solution in the near future. Big happy changes mean that this is going to be resolved pretty quickly, and that you will feel as though everything is suddenly illuminated for you. Let me just take one more card for you. We've got the Wheel of Fortune again. This is indicating lots of change. So yes, okay, this may be feeling as though it's a bit devastating at the moment, but I don't have any really negative cards. The worst is over. The worst news is already there. And this is the Wheel of Fortune, which tells you what goes up must come down, that bad news can turn into good news. And I feel that there's going to be a wonderful outcome this year. I've got a little girl that's around your daughter and around you. So don't be so glum. I know that that's hard to take, but I think that there's better things to come. Thank you for contacting us here, Tony, and I hope that those psychic messages do just bring you a little bit of joy and comfort at this difficult time for you. And I do wish your daughter all the best and very, very well. Okay, so thank you for calling. Well, that's been me. GraceDestiny.com is my website. You can order an email reading, have a psychic reading with me, get lots more information. And I've been Eleanor Grace, and I'm going to see you again here on A1R Radio, and that will be next week. So I'll see you then. Bye-bye for now. Bye.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Readings by Diane with Diane. Live at readingsbydiane.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Readings by Diane on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. It's Diane here at Readings by Diane in Effingham, New Hampshire. You can find me on my website at www.readingsbydiane, Facebook at Readings by Diane Jarecki, and I also have a YouTube, Readings by Diane. And if you are local, you can also find me this Saturday in Manchester, New Hampshire at the Magical Market, where I will be one of the readers all day long. So anyway, looking forward to taking another caller today. And I'm going to be using a brand new deck to my collection, a little unusual for my taste because it's a little cleaner, more contemporary take on the metanoia, and some different decks. I'm just going to try and change it out on a regular basis for those who are watching so that you're not seeing the same decks over and over again. So whenever my caller is ready, I am ready to take and do a reading. And I'm excited to kind of use some fresh decks this week myself. So, been a little cold again here in New Hampshire. It had warmed up and things have cooled down again, but we've got some warmer weather coming again later this week. So winter's starting to break a little bit. And so Carla is joining us today. Welcome, Carla. And
hey, Diane, thanks so much for having me.
Oh, thank you for being here. So
I've got all the warm weather here too up in Canada.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I got all the warm weather up here in Canada.
Oh, do you? You've got it up there. No, wait a minute. Usually you guys don't have
backwards it. Now, isn't it?
Yeah. Is it kind of doing the same thing up there, though? Like cold, warm up, cold again? Yeah.
Honestly, it kind of happens in Alberta all the time. Like you can leave the house in the morning in a parka, and by noon you need shorts and a tank top. So I just kind of layer every time I leave the house, not knowing. Like I'll put the vest on under the winter jacket. I don't know by the time I get to the truck what the weather's going to be. I went into a massage and I was wearing my parka, and I come out and I swear I could have been wearing a tank top. And I was like, wow. How long was this massage?
Right?
Yeah, it was not a long time.
Yeah, we don't really get
that. I was looking at you like you're in
the winter time. That's more like fall and spring here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. Not complaining though. Not complaining.
Right. You gotta love where you live, right? I love it here.
Well, do you guys get -40s where you are?
No. Here, it doesn't get anywhere near that cold. We'll get down into like the -5s, but not that often and not for that long. And we've kind of passed that time of year where that would happen here.
I need to move.
Yeah, Alaska gets that, but we don't. So,
oh no, we get it here in Alberta. Yeah. Sorry, I think there's a little bit of a lag between us. I'll pause a little longer after I say something, or after you say something.
Okay. Yeah. There does seem to be a little bit of a lag on this, and I'm still getting used to that myself a little bit here since I'm new to doing this. So, what can I do for you today? What's your question you want to know about?
Oh my goodness. Oh, I feel so unprepared. What do you offer?
So I do tarot, Mormon, and playing cards. And because it's cartomancy, I need at least a life area, like needing to look at, career, finances, love life. And I do have oracle cards. I can go a little deeper and more spiritual message, but for the most part, a framework is what I work within, of having a question or at least a life area for everything.
Career, please.
Okay, so you want to take a look at, like, in general, what's going on with your career?
Yes, please.
All right. Now, have you been in the same career for a while?
Yeah, like under a decade.
Okay, but that's still under a decade, but it means it's been for years enough to be counting it more towards a decade, right?
I think I'm in the middle.
Okay. I consider that a long time in a job or career, so. Now, have you been with the same company for the whole time, Carla?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'd say it like a contractor situation.
Okay.
So you're kind of all over, right? Like you don't just work for one, you work with groups, right?
Okay. So like here we tend to call that more a temporary, but I've heard it called contract a lot because I read for people all around the world, so I'm familiar. But yeah, so kind of like temp positions. So you've worked in the same career, but you've been bouncing around a bit company to company. Am I correct?
Yeah, well, kind of. It's kind of the nature of my job. Like you just, you go where the work is, right?
Okay. Just want to make sure I understand, just because then as I look at the cards, if there's anything that talks about that kind of stuff, I'll know that's kind of something you would expect. It's a little normal. Okay. And it's interesting, and usually, like, the way I read the cards, I get a little bit of a storyline, like past to present and future. It's not strictly the future. And I'm kind of seeing like you left something that you had really loved to do this. And I feel like it was stressful in the beginning for you, but it's become less so because I feel like you've gained confidence in your skills now in this career.
Correct.
And I feel like you're moving forward to a place in it that you're really actually going to, you're mastering it. So just for those with a visual, this is where I was seeing the end of something loved, but then the lowering here of the stress in this current career. And then it's the Magician and the Chariot showing this confidence in your skills moving forward. And I feel like things are going to start really taking off for you actually a little bit more, because of your experience, that Chariot is showing kind of a speeding up. The magician masters the skills, gains that confidence, builds things, shows things off and shows what they can do. And then in the Chariot, we move forward.
Love it.
And since we're going to the 8 of Cups, this shows kind of an evolution of loving this and reaching a really good solid point, because anytime we're in the 8, we're in the lemniscate, we're in the infinity symbol. And so we're loving it now for the long term because of that confidence in the skills, because of where that's taking you now. And it takes you then into this mastery, because you go from the Knight of Swords, who is really kind of a beginner, and again, that's harking back to that cutting out what you didn't like before, to the King of Cups, where you're really starting to sit in that confidence of enjoying your current career and enjoying what you've learned. But the King speaks to mastery. So you have reached that level of being really solid in this career.
I think I hope you're spot on, sister.
Well, I would say that the cards truly are, because what I consider the shadow message or the surprise at the bottom of the pack kind of echoes it, because again, we show, I've got the Knight of Swords, again, echoing that cutting out something before and moving to the King of Batons or Wands, where again, we're sitting in that confidence of knowledge because you're in air. So yes, I do feel this is really going to start taking you to new levels in your career, and fairly quickly that this is going to start moving for you because of those batons and the Chariot. All right. So thank you, Carla. And I really, really wish you many blessings in the future here with your career and places it's going to take you. And I wish everybody much love, much light, many blessings. Thank you for joining me today. And again, that's www.readingsbydiane.com or at Readings by Diane Jarecki on Facebook. Bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Spiritual Connections with Psychic Medium Cindy. Psychic Medium Cindy. Live from Facebook.com/Psychic Cindy. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Spiritual Connection on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey, hello everybody. This is my first night here on A1 Psychic Radio, and I'm super excited. So I just want to tell you a little about myself. My name is Cindy. I am a psychic medium, and I've been connecting with spirits for a long, long time. And as I got older, I started seeing them more, and they sort of pushed me into sharing my gifts with you guys. So I'm super excited to be able to do that. I am in Nova Scotia, Canada, where there is lots of snow and it's really, really, really cold. So it's nice to be able to do, shows from home. So you don't have to go outside so much when you live in the cold weather. Like I said, I was kind of pushed into like sharing my gift with the world. So in order to be able to do that, I've taken a lot of courses, read a lot of books, followed a lot of other mediums who've worked with me as mentors, given me the the confidence and the courage to be able to come on here tonight and share my gift with you guys. So I think what I'll do tonight is focus more on card reading. In the future, as time goes on, I'll do some mediumship here with you guys. But I think tonight, let's just look at the cards. So I think what I'll do is we're halfway through February, so let's do end of the month, mid-month reading. Okay, so let's start with that, and then after that we'll get a caller. So what's the next 2 weeks going to look like for all of us? Let's see what Spirit has to say. What do we need to know to get through this month of February? All right, so the base chakra is actually our sort of energy for the month. So we're just kind of like, working on, maybe our careers, where maybe like getting some new opportunities, maybe thinking about some new paths, some new choices. Maybe doing some work at home, like getting some renovations done or thinking about getting renovations done. But whatever it's going to bring, the theme is transformations. There's definitely some new things happening for all of us. So we're looking at number 4, which is building that firm foundation. And we're spreading those wings. Look at those wings. Like we are ready to like transform, start a new path, be a new career, like I said, because the next card is the firm foundation card. So we're definitely really strongly working on building a new firm foundation, maybe focusing on our finances, maybe saving a little bit. The world's really expensive. So this is a good time for us to like sort of, maybe save some money. But next we have the heart chakra. Oh, this is beautiful. So we're opening up our hearts. We're like bringing in the love. We're, I really feel it. We're almost looking at like our dreams are coming true, like we're going to get that. Look at that. Can't lie, can I? Right? I can't make this stuff up. Number 9, we got the material harvest card. This is you're going to reap your material harvest. You're going to reap what you sow. You work so hard. Maybe it's this new career. Maybe you're going to make some extra money, but whatever it is, it's really, really good. And the takeaway is just to have patience. This is like temperance in the old tarot. This is the number 5. So there is going to be some changes, but just be patient. Know that the universe is listening to you. Know that you have, put your intentions out there. They're listening to you. Looks like it's going to be a lot about getting a new career, making some extra money, maybe getting a job promotion. Anyway, really pleased to see that for the end of February for everybody, because we so need it. But now I have Jerry Ann. We have Jerry Ann from Medicine Hat, Alberta. Hi, Jerry Ann.
Hi there.
Hi, thanks for calling in.
Thanks for accepting it.
Oh, yeah, no problem. So, I'm on the other side of the country in Nova Scotia. It's pretty cool. So, Jerry Ann, what's your question for me tonight?
Whatever comes up.
Whatever comes up. Okay, nice. That makes it easy. Whatever Spirit wants to tell you.
Yep.
Okay, Jerianne, so the first card that I pulled for you is the discontent and boredom card, which is, not an uncommon card for us to get in the winter in Canada, for sure. We don't do an awful lot in these kind of months, most of us. But the 4 is all about building a firm foundation. You can kind of see, he's got his head down. He's not looking too happy. But that window right here, the window, that's what I'm trying to get to, always means that when God closes the door, he opens a window. So something good is coming. Whatever this boredom is, however you're feeling, is going to go away because God is opening something to you. The next card you have is the patience and planning card. So this really, truly is about a new success that's coming in. The number 7 means success. You got the 2 pillars here, which are about strength, and the gold is about rewards, but you do have to be patient and you do have to make some plans. And I think February would be a perfect time to sort of maybe even write down some plans, like what do you want? What's going to come in for you though is this beautiful number 1, love begins. So this is number 1 is the new opportunity. The rainbow is the good after the bad. The water trickling down is all about abundance. And truly, one of my favorite cards. This could be about a relationship. This would be the Ace of Cups if I was using the old tarot. And it really, or it could be just about new opportunities. Something is going to be offered to you, like I said. So whether it's a new romance or it's a new job or whatever it is, like whatever's going on, there's going to be a little bit of a waiting game. And the number 2 means choice. And the thing about this card, what makes this card so beautiful is that it's always worth the wait. When you get this card, it's like, yeah, I've been waiting, things, it's probably really much reflects that first card, that discontent and boredom, because you're waiting for something to come in and it's going to be worth it. It's going to be well worth it. So I'm really happy to see that card for you. And like I said, the number 2 is usually about choices. So I think there's probably a couple of things coming in. So it's either a couple of things or a couple of people, a couple of options, because you have the number 2, which is a bit of a waiting game, but it's also about choices. And then your next card is choose wisely, which is number 7. And I am fairly focused on these 2 birds. So that it gives me the indication that this is a choice between two things or 2 people. Another green. So it's another cups card, which is about, usually about relationships. So you're going to have 2 people to choose from, but that's okay because I really feel in my heart you are going to make the right choice. And then you have another number 2. So the choice that you make is going to bring balance into your life. It's just going to be wonderful for you, right? You're going to have that mind, body, and soul balance. You're going to feel really good. You're going to know that you made the right choice. Lovely reading for you. Interesting, because it looks like there's definitely 2 options, but discontent and boredom card is coming to an end. How's that sound?
The which is coming to an end?
The discontent and boredom card, that first card that I pulled?
Yep.
That's coming to an end.
Okay. But just be patient.
Yeah, have patience.
Okay.
Like, it would, do you have any questions do you want me to explain anything a little bit more for you, or?
Well, I believe I'm called to do a couple of different things, and I'm not sure of the right direction. Okay. I know that I'm capable of working with energy and doing healing and stuff like that, but I've also been getting, almost feel like I'm getting channeled messages coming through.
Nice. Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, pay attention to them because I feel that based on these cards, it looks like, especially with the 2s and the choices and stuff, they're giving you some choices. So pay attention to those choices, and then ask them to sort of give you a sign about where what direction you should take. Okay?
Okay. Yeah.
All right. That's awesome. All right. Thanks for calling in.
Thanks.
And have a great night. All right. So thanks very much to Jerry Ann from Alberta, Canada. That was awesome reading. I think she's going to make some really great choices there. So if you want to contact me for a private reading, you can contact me at Psychic Medium Cindy. Follow me on Facebook. You'll see where I'm at, what I'm doing. Might get daily cards. I do some free readings on there, usually a couple times a month. I'm on Instagram at Psychic Cindy 2022. And you can also email me at psychicmediumcindy@gmail.com. And from there, we can go over the details. If you're in Canada, you can e-transfer me. For my usually I charge $30 for 15 minutes, $50 for 30 minutes, $80 for an hour, and I will give you all those details through an email. And we can do it through Skype, we can do it through Zoom, lots of options. If you are in the States or any other country, it will be through PayPal. But thank you so much. It was so exciting being here. It was awesome to be able to do that reading for Jerry Ann. I really appreciate that. I hope you guys get something out of that last 2-week spread too for February, because February is almost over, guys. It's almost over. So thanks everybody. Thanks for everything that's happened tonight. Having me here tonight has been awesome, and I'll see you guys next week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media
on A1R, the Ask One Radio.
Welcome. Oh, it's Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your guide, Sweet Bee. Welcome back. 7 days later, here we are. So a couple of things. We're going to start at the top with some astrology. We're going to touch on some messages for all the signs, and then we'll go into some callers. And so the full moon in Virgo. Well, there's two big stories this week, if I think of the astrology going on. We've got a conjunction of Venus. Ooh, lovely little Venus. He's out there flirting up a storm. And so, first of all, with Pluto and then with Mars, and this conjunction with Pluto and then with Mars, really amping up a few things. Intense, passionate, baby making energy or fighting energy. I guess you can choose what you want. Power, insightful, value. That's going to be a big part of the question in some of that. And that Venus Mars conjunction in Aquarius, that very and that Pluto energy, which is about power. It could be power struggles, but if you put your power together, it could be building an empire with your partner, business partner, love partner, friend partner. But the full moon in Virgo is a really, really important moon. It's sort of this this tuning fork for your physical energy and your spiritual energy. And under this full moon, we any rituals, habits, routines, you might be coming into focus to see how you can bring them into balance, how you're going to be able to balance your spiritual emotional needs along with your physical needs. And so this is some of that energy, but with that intense Venus, Mars, Pluto energy in Aquarius, I don't know, it could be about partnership, intense decisions, things coming to an insightful, what are the daily things versus your spiritual or emotional needs in the relationship. And so it could come to a head. It could come to, you can meet someone out of the blue if you're single, that could turn out to be a good physical and spiritual partner. So it's kind of unexpected energy. It's the merging of both the god of war and the goddess of values. And they say romance, but I don't know if Venus is all about romance more so than she is more like the Empress of like Mother Earth and fertility and belonging and community and all those environmental, all those things. So we might even see some water stuff come up. If you happen to live on a coast, there could be some stuff going on there as well as we come to see into the full moon this weekend. So some intense energy, but definitely, especially with Neptune and opposite of, because we now have Mercury, we now have the sun in Pisces opposite of Virgo with this moon, joining Neptune and Saturn. And in sidereal astrology, Saturn is invisible right now. So structures are invisible. So it could be a whole lot of murky stuff wading through, or really deep higher self work, spiritual work. Like I'm going to be in Arizona this weekend during the full moon. I know, I'm so excited. Superstition Mountains, I'm going there and I'm doing a full moon ceremony there. So I'm kind of excited about that. And just all the folklore there. And so I'm kind of excited to do that. So it's a very deeply connecting moon. So I'd suggest that if you can put your intentions out there, now would be the time to do it. Let's get into it. Aries. I'm going to just do quick messages for all 12 signs, sun, moon, or rising. Again, your sun sign, what's the difference? Whether people say, what's the difference? Well, your sun sign is that divine masculine energy, your sun, your career, your outside kind of stuff. If I looked at that moon sign, it's that mother identity, that mother, the matriarch, the feminine divine, that moon sign, and that emotional, spiritual self. And then I look at the ascendant, which to me is kind of the merging of the two, and that's sort of how we project our physical self identity and how we come across. And so, okay, so if I looked at Aries, sun, moon, rising, message for Aries this week under this intense energy. Friendships. A friend needs your help and kindness and excellent counseling, your excellent counseling skills. We'll put them back on track. You might be the one who also needs good advice from friends. You could have some good friends in your circle, bringing opportunity. You're getting yeses on proposals. You're getting yeses on invitations. You're getting, so this is going to be a busy time wrapping up to your birthday. Now, normally as we go into the Pisces season, it's kind of your 12th house of quiet, but I don't know if you're going to get a breast this time there, kid. Sorry, Aries. But it looks like through your friend circles, there's some good opportunities. Now, the word for you is peace. You might have to make peace, negotiate peace, contracts, agreements, come to peace, but that's going to be your word for the week. Okay. Then after Aries, we're going to head into Taurus. Who are our little Tauruses there? Boy, that planet Uranus and Jupiter is going hard this week, that Virgo moon. Things get illuminated for you and in good ways. I feel like money, opportunities, things like that are showing up for you. Oh, what shows up for you is your love life as well. So affairs of the heart could cause future problems, but take heart as difficult situations will be resolved by a good decision this week. So decisions around your love life could be boundaries, could be agreements, could be, look, here's our spending plan, don't go outside of it. Could be finally getting away and having time for each other, making that balance that the full moon's requiring us to do there, Tauruses. And so that's going to come up for you this week. And the word for you this week is joy. Oh, I love it. You deserve joy. Okay. Then we get into Geminis, our darling Geminis, darlings of the zodiac. This week, you've got achievements. Enjoy the limelight. You've earned it. Although on the family front, someone's health could cause some secret worries or sleepless nights. Could be a parent figure, could be, and that can include uncles, aunties, but I feel like it's of another generation, things, thoughts, moves, challenges, changes going on there for you Geminis. But boy, I feel like this is going to be the next week or 10 days is going to be about all the things coming to fruition for you that you've put out there, you've been wanting, you've done well for other people, maybe it's coming back. And the word for you is enthusiasm. Oh, that's to me a Gemini word. So good on you guys. A little bit of excitement there, enthusiasm towards your opportunities and things coming at you. All right, Gemini, we go to our little Cancerians, our little crabs. And, I just feel like, opportunities is your word. So a stranger is about to change your life, exciting times and plenty of action. Plus a special family reunion looks likely. Maybe a sibling could come back in the picture, and that can include cousins, sibling-in-laws, siblings, gathering of siblings. Could be happening around the home front for you, family front there, Cancerians. But it sounds like some good opportunities and maybe even from strangers, people you don't expect. And, I suspect it's because all the strangers you help, they're Sagittarius. Cancerians are natural mentors. Where did I get Sagittarius from? I don't know what I was thinking there. Sorry, my little crabs. But those opportunities could come from your help of strangers in the past. Cancerians see people, particularly the strangers. They see people in need of help. Maybe they do things anonymously where they help people. So this is going to come back to you in a good way. Your word is authenticity. Oh yeah, look at you, that Care Bear stare at that big heart right there. Yeah, let that shine, little crabs. Leo. Oh my gosh, all this energy in your house of partnership, all this Mars and Venus. You just had a stellium there. And, it's going to be really very much, Leo, about your partner, what's going on for them, their family, their money, their identity, the in-laws, the outlaws, all that kind of stuff. And it could be about maybe you're going to be, maybe taking a back seat to them a little bit. Maybe you're going to put them first. Maybe you're going to look at partnership first. The word I got for you is challenges. Take time out from problems or conflicts and approach softly to avoid making any matters worse. You might want to give lots of room for your partner to say something, lots of room for your partner. Leos love to rush in and do things for them. I feel like this is a time for you not to do that. This is a time to give them lots of space, even if they're indecisive or uncertain. Lots of space, just holding space. I'm there for you kind of energy. Okay, Leo? Okay. And your word is kindness. And we got the word kindness for you. And I feel like that goes with you, Leo. That goes with you for sure. And so let's keep going. So now we've got our Leos. We've got our Virgo energy. Hey, this full moon, sun, moon, or rising is all about you guys. And this is about really shedding light on things that maybe last September, early September, would have been percolating a little bit. The word is love. Love's in the air, a great time for commitments and taking relationships to the next level. And if you're Virgo, Pisces, or in that connection, Virgo, Pisces, it could even be sudden endings or insight into endings of relationships, but it's going to be revolving around house of partnership, your love life, all those things going on for you, Virgo. You could suddenly meet someone if you're single. And especially on this full moon, really just shedding light on who is and around you. And the word is surrender. So you're going to surrender to what shows up. Oh, that's a hard word for Virgos, because sometimes these changes become way too much for them. Libras, we go into Libra. And now Libra, you've had these lunar axis, these eclipses. There's an eclipse coming up in April you're going to want to pay special attention to. But twists and turns. And now twists and turns always sound ominous, but nah, they're not. Carefully made plans just could be thrown out the window as major changes and interruptions surround you. Make sure you get lots of rest to cope with any upheaval. It could be changed flights, plane tickets, changed plans with people, things you thought were going to go through aren't going through, just being able to turn on a dime. So just stay flexible, stay flexible with things, and a willingness to work on the home, a willingness to clean out closets, pull out some summer wear. Maybe you're getting ready for the new season change, update your styles, do sort of work on the temple, that kind of stuff would be great energy for this next week. Scorpio, our beautiful Scorpios. We've got tough and trying times, tough times ahead. Think long-term and make decisions accordingly. Avoid negative people at all costs. And as my mama bear always likes to say, and God rest your soul, my beautiful mama, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. Now that used to make me crazy, but I understood what it meant because boy, am I tough. And anything coming at you this week, Scorpios, Phoenix rising energy. You guys are shedding it. It's just a decision time. It's just a decision point. There's nothing that's going to take you down. You're basically going to say yes or no, and you're going to go forward with it. And I feel like that'll be the end. That's the end of that story. And I feel like we're marking a celebration. And so we got a little dancing Elvis here. And I just feel like a lovely little celebration showing up for you. You could have a great time this weekend. There's Scorps. Then I go to Sagittarians, my little Sagittarians, real quick. We've got the sunshine. The sun is shining on you, career and business growth, fabulous communication and relationships. This could just be good times. This next week could just bring some of the communications you've been waiting for. Maybe you're finally getting a go-ahead. Maybe people around you got great news to share with you. I think either way, it sounds great. We get the word discernment. Making decisions about things you own. Buy, sell, get new, replenish, maybe you're going to say, I'll get new to me instead of buying it brand new, but you're going to have decisions, could even be around a vehicle. All right. Then we go into Capricorns. Boy, I bet you're glad the pressure's off because you're going to see your values, money being valued as a real highlight for you little Capricorns over the next 2 years, very much so. But travels in store for you. Long distance communication will open up your life, exciting experiences for singles and career advancement for others. And so we might see some really good news come in for Capricorns, again, being valued. You can get invitations, opportunities, plans. And here you are looking at the long game, making your intentions. Where do I want to go? Where do I want to go with this energy? So I feel like planting your intentions this whole next 2 years, especially all this energy in Aquarius, is really about being valued. But then on the other side, please have boundaries as well. Remember that. Okay. Then we got Aquarians. Hey, it's all about you guys. It's all about you. Communication, a reunion could bring love or a rekindling of friendships. A lucky win seems likely. And I keep thinking this about Aquarians. Man, they have had some tough luck, and now they have all these planets in their sign. This is an area of luck for you guys. This is an area of lucky breaks, lucky timing, lucky opportunities, lucky money, lucky friends, lucky coincidences. So pay attention to all those. Those seem like this next little bit, particularly this next 10 days, but this next 2 years, it puts you in a good place for luck. Your presence, so staying present, staying true, staying right in the moment for things will serve you well. And finally, we got Pisces. The word is reflection. Friendships in your life may come to an end. Others could blossom and become stronger. And that could be really strengthening your connections, your social circles and people. And I get the word transformation for you. And I know Pisces, because you guys got this Saturn and Neptune. It's your Saturn return in a lot of ways. And I got to tell you, it is a hard one for that Pisces sign, because it's really putting structures into what do you want, where you're going, requiring decisions, you being decisive. And I feel like, so right now, Saturn is sort of hidden a little bit and lesser power, I would I would take time to really start thinking about the future structures. When it comes into full force, and then you got obligations. So I want you to feel like you're feeling the obligations that you chose, ones that you feel disciplined and wanting to stick to. And I get the word purification, the letting go. And I just feel like all those emotions you might be feeling, Pisces, is just the purge. That's all, my friends. And as your birthday shows up, you get a renewal, you get a reset button, you got all these glorious planets showing up. You just got you just got Mercury and the Sun joining your other two planets. So it looks like it's going to be a Pisces show pretty soon. Thank you. You can find me at BerniceBissonPsychic.com. I read full time. I read all kinds of things. I do psychic and medium work together, but I have to be honest, my favorite is astrology. I love astrology. I find it the most predictive and the most useful tool out of all the tools we could read. So let's talk about readings. Let's get into readings. I've got Carolyn, who's been so patient, waiting for me. Carolyn from Massachusetts. Carolyn.
Hi, I'm here. Thank you for having me.
Oh my goodness. Thanks for being patient. So we got some time. What do you want to talk about? What do you want me to focus?
My husband's career.
Your husband's career.
Finances.
Okay, do you mind if I ask a couple questions? Do you mind if I ask you something? What's the day and month of his birthday?
October 10/21.
Oh, he's okay, October. So let's talk about that. New direction for your husband in terms of career. There could be retraining, relicensing, and he'll have a period of time in the switch. So I feel like over the next 8 months, no more than 2 years. I don't even feel like it's that long. I'm going to say 8 months to a year in terms of the career. There could be a period of time over the next 2 or 3 months he's off, and then a switch seems to happen. And so I feel like he'll be weighing opportunities. Again, licensing, education, certification, something to bring him into a new direction. And I feel like, he might be feeling like I don't want him to hang on to the past. I don't want him to think that if I just switch jobs, because I feel like there's something bigger he's letting go. They keep saying he's going to get some sort of license or certification, and I feel like he's stepping into something else. This next 2 months are going to be very big around, particularly April. And I'm even going to say April 16th to the 21st, right in that window, pops up opportunity, pops up news, connections, communication, something that really triggers between April and his birthday in October, where it becomes like it goes from ideas, thoughts, and opportunity into the physical action and orientation. The one other thing I just want to bring up around your partner, or around you as well, I feel like there's going to be some thoughts around moves of people. It could be moves of home for yourself or family. I do feel like it becomes an obligation where there's going to be, and I even feel like you might even hear about this within 4 months, a move or changes of family. And I also keep sensing a struggle with a woman's health. And if not you. Oh, is that you?
No.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
What's your birthday? Can I spy on you for a minute?
No, I'm October 21st.
Oh, you're October 21st. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And what's your partner's birthday?
September 28th.
September 28th. Both. Okay, so you're both Libras. So it's your health. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. Let's talk about that a little bit. If I think about your health, there's something very important about. There's 2 avenues, and I'm going to say there's something about your nerves, pain management, nervous system, nerve endings, and I feel like, okay, and thank you, and that there's a series of needles, or they're going to talk about a procedure to maybe cauterize some nerves, to help you manage your pain. And I do think that there's something about, because it's not about with medication. It's going to be, I feel like a procedure, needles or a procedure that seems to help you cauterize the nerves so that you're able to manage or reduce the pain. I do feel
I'm
like
feeling so good though.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's okay.
Because
I feel
my
like
medication and it's really working.
I'm happy about that. There feels like there's something more permanent showing up when I talk about the needles. Like they could, when I think of cauterizing the nerves, like make something permanent, make something, so you might not need to be dependent on the medication in some way. And I feel like that's going to even show up within the next 7 months, less than 2 years, right around you. So I feel like there's good things around that.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
No, okay. That sounds good.
Oh, sorry.
I understand
heard
that.
talking. Okay.
Oh, no, I'm gonna...
Okay. So now, do you have any other questions?
Is my son going to find love? That's what I really wanted to ask you.
Oh, that's what okay. You should have just got to the question. So I got 7 minutes left. So I'm going to just spend it with you and we're going to just answer whatever questions you have left because I have 7 minutes isn't enough. So let's get into, okay, what's your son's birthday?
September 25.
Okay, September 25. Oh, Libra, you're the Libra family.
Yeah.
And so, okay, so if I think about your son, is he ever going to find love? The big answer is yes, but let's talk about the details of that answer. So your son and all of you, in fact, because I find astrology the most predictive. That's why I keep asking your birthdays. I'm an astrologer. I work with astrology mainly. Okay, and so your son's birthday, same with your husband, they're at the beginning of their sign, the first decan of Libra. There was 2 eclipses that recently happened in 2023, one in April, one in October. There's a very, very, very potent one in April. Your husband's going to hear things around work, opportunities, and doors opening. Your son is also going to hear about love life, doors opening, opportunities that I feel like start to percolate in April and really start to take shape over this next 10 months, year. And the reason I say 10 months to a year is that there's 3 eclipses in that time, all on his lunar axis of like karmic relationships and 7th house of partnership, transforming it, opening doors that haven't been open, insights that haven't been open. And ironically, I feel like relationship comes out of the blue, comes out of a not online dating, not online connections, would actually come through opportunities for working, the day-to-day routines of things that I actually think that's how relationship pops up for him. And that the biggest timeline around that, I actually feel like it's going to be between July and October this year for your son of opportunities around relationship popping up. The one piece that I'm going to describe in my mind who is showing up. They show up as on the cusp of a fire sign. They could be on the cusp of Leo, Aries, or Sagittarian. That they have an affinity for or work with animals, big or little. I'm not certain if I mean like horses or dogs, like they work with, and they could work in an industry where they work with animals. And they cross paths somehow through their day-to-day work or activities. And that I feel like your son, it's funny because the focus right now for your son and where he's really going to kind of percolate is going to be his money or new jobs, opportunities, money, working, just like your partner. Like there's Libras and Aries are very, very fortunate with these eclipses in opportunities popping out, that they didn't expect. But all around your Libra, his Libra love life, it's going to come out of the blue. The best time I actually feel like is going to be late summer, I say late summer, but I'm on Winnipeg time. So I'm going to say July into October. And that it's something that kind of comes out of the blue, you know, and I do see him having the opportunity for children if he chooses that. And I see daughters.
Oh.
So if he chooses that. And
yeah.
And you know, I
He's
feel
longing
like
for a child.
Yeah, and I feel like ironically this kid, I feel like there's two children. One will be an air sign, one will be an earth sign. I feel like there's a daughter, and I feel like the daughter could be the first one for a bit, and then if, like the kid's 6 and then there's another baby, like it would be some time between them, you know?
Yeah.
And I feel like you guys will remain living close, or you will stay close in proximity. I mean, you know, I'm going to sound crazy, but I'm going to say it anyway. I feel like it might even be great if you could live in the same property or down in the same city, the same area. There's something about that shows up. I don't know. I feel like, may I ask you a question about him for a second?
Yep.
Did he move recently?
No.
I mentioned earlier that someone was moving, and it's funny because as I sit here and say that, my lovely Carolyn, I feel like you might get sandwiched by people's moves, and this is in this next year. And I feel like it could be a family member, maybe needing more support.
My brother.
That very much could
Maybe
be,
my
but
brother.
like you could be helping them move. You could be providing them a place to stay. I feel like you're going to get sandwiched a little bit, but just know they all turn out, okay? But there's about a 4-month period that this is going to be a bit of a flurry of activity, and it could even be starting fairly soon in the next 2 months or so. And I will leave you with one last thing. I feel like you have some important papers coming in about some money. I feel like it's something that you're not winning. It comes in writing. It could just be a notification that there's an increase of about $200, or there's some extra money that's going to show up, that shows up on a regular basis, and you're going to get that in writing pretty soon, or you'll get that notice pretty soon. And I'm going to finish it right there with you, Carolyn, and thank you, my beautiful friend. And I want to thank everyone for tuning in to Psychic Tuesdays with Sweet Bee, and I love reading you guys, and I will see you guys again in 7 days. Stay safe, stay warm, and stay well.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our
websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Understanding Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Understanding Spirit. I'm your host, Mary. I hope you've all had a really good week. Because it's Valentine's Day week, I thought I'd do, for the 3-card pull, I thought I would do love cards and see if I can give some advice that might be relevant to anyone that's listening and watching. Now, remember, these readings are for the collective. So if something doesn't resonate with you, that's okay. You just leave it. If it does, just take some guidance from it and see if you can apply it in your life to make things better. So as usual, I've pulled 3 cards already. So the first card, I hope you've all picked the card. The first card that I pulled was this one, and it's listen. Okay, now this is a lot of times within a relationship, and of course with these cards, we're talking about love with a love interest. We're also talking about it can be love with a family member, a friend, also self-love. Okay, so what the message is, see where it relates for you. Okay, so a lot of times we can be listening, but we don't really hear. We're not present within a conversation. And sometimes, you might need to ask the same person the same thing over and over again because you're just not listening to their answer. So this card is about just staying present when you're talking to your significant other or anybody else, and just hearing what they really have to say, and also tune in to seeing like intuitively how that person feels. Also, if you are, if something is irritating you about that person, it can be something that you may need to work on yourself, because sometimes what others irritate in us is something that is irritating that we don't like. That's why we react. Okay. Now, if you've pulled the second one, you got this card, which deals with the base chakra or the root chakra, as it's also known. And this has to do with our physical body, our finances, our security, our survival mode. And if you've chosen this, I would say to you, don't spend just time working and thinking about your finances. Tune in to, having a good time, sharing good moments with your loved one, and just strengthening your knowing that you can have whatever you want. One of the ways you can do that is just through movement. We all have physical body, and just go for a walk, a jog, go out in the garden, whatever. Just movement strengthens your root chakra. Okay, so just not all work. Do some play and have fun with your partner. All right, if you went to the third card, this is detached. You might need to reevaluate the relationship that you're in. You might have had some deceit around this, half-truths. Not everything has been revealed to you. However, with this card, I think it's important to have a look and see what part you played in anything that is not going well at the moment, and but just kind of step back to make that decision as to whether you want to walk away from this relationship or whether you feel this relationship can be salvaged. All right. And again, this can be with a love interest. It can also be with anybody else that you love, family member, friend. Okay. So it's just about having a good look at what part you played in the harmony and disharmony of this relationship. Okay, I hope that's helped. Now, I believe that I have Nancy on the line. Hello, Nancy.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
That's good. How can I help you today?
Yes, I would just like to know if you have any insight into what my life is, what it's going to take, my future, and if there's anything that you know about a new romance that is happening in my life.
Okay, all right. Are you in the new romance at the moment?
Yes, but we live apart in different cities.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let me have a look. I'll just see what I get. Nancy, I feel like this relationship, I'm being told by Spirit that at some point, if you want this relationship to work, you're going to have to either you move there or they move to you, or somewhere in the middle. That works geographically. Okay.
Okay, and I do go to that state for 4 months a year.
Okay. I feel like that I'm being told that's tiring, and it's going to become increasingly tiring. All right. And I feel like you're going to want to go next level, like in terms of the relationship, to the next level of it, where there's more of a commitment than that. I do feel like you are giving more into this than this person. Does that make sense for you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I also feel like they haven't made the commitment that you have. All right. They're still sort of kind of thinking about things, and they are in thought about it. It's not like they're dismissing you. They are thinking about it, but they're not prepared at this point to make any decisions. I do feel they're thinking about if they keep going in this relationship, that they're going to have to make those decisions. But at the moment, they're very much in their head, but not committing. Does that make sense for you?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I feel like it's going to take a while. All right. I see like even like 6 to 12 more months of this, but I see you exhausted from doing this, and I see it starting to where you feel a little bit resentful about it. Like, why is it always me? Why can't you commit? Why can't we make a decision about this? And I honestly, I don't even feel like this is like it's a job or anything that is keeping this person there. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Okay. They're just being stagnant about it, well, just because they want to. I feel like this person really is an overthinker, and whether it works out to their benefit or to their detriment is always up and down for them, but they do like to think. I feel like you are flying a little bit more by the seat of your pants, where you're excited and you want to get going with everything, but I feel like there's a bit more laziness around them. Does that make sense?
Right.
Okay. Now, what was your other question? Do you have any more questions about this person and your relationship?
No, you've pretty much answered it, actually.
Okay.
I just wanted to know if it would work out in the future.
Okay. Yeah, I feel if you're prepared to make all the commitments there, right, and the sacrifices, then yes, I don't feel like they want you to move there. Certainly not at this stage, all right? I feel like there is maybe a little bit of smoke and mirrors around this person as well. Like there's half-truths. Does that make sense for you?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So you need to be asking a few more questions, not in an interrogating way, but, you know, like sort of find out, you know, not like, where were you last night? What were you doing? Not like that, but, you know, trying to find out where they see themselves with you in 6 months' time or in 12 months' time. I feel like they're not ready to make that commitment. They may have been a little bit of a player in the past, and maybe they're not prepared to give that up. You know, do you know if this person was a little bit of a ladies' man or anything in the past?
Right, yes. Yes, he was.
Okay, so I feel like he might not be wanting to give that up, and he may be doing a little bit of that with you. Okay, so if he is not wanting to commit, then you have to make the decision. There's nothing wrong with having a long distance relationship without a commitment or not having a monogamous relationship, but it's something that you both need to be aware of, and you both need to want that.
Okay.
All right. So if, I mean, I don't feel that that's what you want. However, that might be what this person wants. Okay. So you may need to get a little bit more clarity from them about everything. I feel like this person has an answer for everything as well. Like if you ask or say something, they've always got the right thing to say. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Okay. So, and I feel like he could make you believe anything. So be aware of that.
I'm not so sure about that because I know, you know, a little bit about his past. I don't know him that well. It's fairly new. But we continue to talk and text back and forth. And he's very non-committal on anything.
Yeah. Oh, look, I see that you're a pretty smart cookie, right? And you're pretty tuned in, but I don't feel like you've met anyone like him before. Okay. So my advice to you from Spirit is just ask questions, know where you stand, and make your decision based on his answers. And it's not just his answers, it's his actions as well. Okay. So it's got to be both. Whatever he says, it's got to follow through. Okay, I hope that's helped you. Bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time
for Sacred Insights with Andrea Bacon. Live from mindbodynourished.etsy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sacred Insight on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm Andrea Bacon. Thank you for joining me today or whenever you are listening. I appreciate it. So on today's show, we're going to go ahead and talk a little bit about the energy for the week, what we might want to know to be prepared ahead of time, and get some angel and spirit-led messages. So we are going to have a full moon in Virgo at the end of this week. And Saturn is near the full moon that's taking place, which can bring slightly heavier energy sometimes. So things will start to feel lighter soon after the full moon, if you're feeling that. But it can bring some lessons that can come up for you. It doesn't necessarily mean that will happen, but it's just something to be aware of. So this is a time that's coming up to shed past dramas. So sometimes the full moon can bring up more volatile emotions to the surface. You know, conflicts from the past might present themselves to you, or you might just be thinking about them more lately. So being mindful of your thoughts, which will allow you to release them and to not hold on to them. And in doing this, you won't be as likely to take it out, whether it be on yourself, whether it be projecting it onto other people. So, you know, taking it out on yourself could look like emotional eating or excessive numbing of emotions or negative self-talk. And all this can lead to some unhealthy patterns if we engage for too long in this. Sometimes these are, you know, patterns that we can get into without really realize it when they're happening. But just being mindful of it and what is coming up for this, it's always a good idea to do that. So doing this can look like writing things down when they're coming up for you. And this is going to help release it. It's going to help it become more aware. And this is really simple shadow work, which is really important. Being on the spiritual path, this is the kind of stuff that shadow work that we do, and it actually really helps us be able to step into our spiritual gifts as we release, heal, and grow and evolve. And just becoming, you know, mindful instead of denying our emotions, instead of suppressing them. And so you can take a few minutes on a daily basis to kind of de-stress. And that's always a good idea. But, you know, meditate to kind of just take longer than normal, deeper breaths. Doing a body scan, maybe feeling where in your body feels a little bit more tense, a little bit more tight, you know, releasing with an exhale and sitting in silence and just kind of noticing what's on your heart and not judging it, not making it mean anything, but just noticing it, just allowing it to be and holding space for yourself and kind of supporting yourself and being there for yourself. This can be done on a daily basis, and it doesn't have to take hardly any time at all, or you can take longer if you want to, but it's just a great way to distress. And, you know, stress comes up pretty regularly, you know, at times for people. And so if you just take a minute a day, a couple times a day to tap into this peaceful energy, because that peaceful energy is a part of you. It's always there within you. Okay. Things can just kind of overshadow it in a way. So it's about going back within and reconnecting to that. And yeah, just doing it a couple times a day if you want. Releasing, this is a great way to release that I was talking about. And, you know, kind of that heavier energy, things that might trigger you, it can help you from engaging in conflicts or projecting onto other people and that type of thing. So some of the cards I pulled for this to get some spirit messages. Now, I love it when spirit does this because these came out after I tapped into the energy for that first part. And we have focus, take a breath, and then communicate. Okay. And so, you know, you can't really make this stuff up with how this kind of came out, but so here you are focusing, okay, being mindful of how you feel, like we were just saying. That can be really quickly. It can just go by in a flash. So it's about picking up on it, especially if you find yourself becoming more and more agitated a little right afterwards, going back and seeing what you were just thinking about. But we want to catch that stuff quickly when we can. And then here you are with the take a breath card, and you're doing that meditation or just connecting to those peaceful stillness that is always within us. Kind of getting out of your own way and releasing some of that stuff you're carrying. Releasing it out of your aura, out of your energy. And, you know, sure, it can come up again another time because sometimes stuff happens in layers, and that's fine, that's normal. However, it just really helps you to put you in this state of feeling lighter, feeling more balanced, more aware of your own stuff. And then from that beautiful balanced energy, then we go in and have communication. And this helps prevent conflicts, and it helps things be much more understood in their own alignment instead of miscommunication and that type of thing as well. Okay. Now with the moon, we've got yin moon with this other card here. 1 second. Accepting help. This is another big important piece of the puzzle here, because here you're in a state of being open and receptive and allowing others and the universe to give to you what you need, maybe extra help, maybe some love, maybe some support, whatever it is that you need. And this is kind of releasing resistance. So now we're no longer in a state of resisting what is coming up. We're not resisting, you know, what happened. We're releasing it instead of resisting it. And so anytime we're feeling burdens from the past coming up, which definitely can come up with the energies at play, which is why I'm bringing it up. You know, that kind of stuff that came up before, it probably wasn't even your fault. And then, you know, some of you, I was picking up energies where some of you may not have really been allowed to be yourself growing up, having that self-expression. You may have felt stifled. So that could be like you weren't allowed to go out with your friends that you really wanted to, or, you know, you may have had too much responsibility and that type of thing. And maybe you felt left out. But whatever it is, you know, some of you may have gotten too much criticism growing up as well as not enough encouragement. So the energy in your environment could have felt heavy at times. And I think, you know, people go through that at different times in their life, not everybody, but there could have been disrespect given to you. And then in some way you kind of could have gone into relationships later on down the road where you were kind of repeating those types of things. So, you know, just kind of like your free spirit may have felt a little trapped where you wanted to be out in nature playing with the fairies. So the fairies were coming up too as well with this, because you have that natural free spirit about you and that beautiful inner child does. And for some of you, you know, you weren't really allowed to do that. And so that could be metaphorical as well as literal. But, you know, if there's this energy of old-fashioned things that were kind of placed on you where kids couldn't really be kids enough, then that can really affect you and what it is that you really feel that you're allowed to bring in your life when it comes to goals, when it comes to healing and manifesting and kind of living a life that is more joyful, more creative, and this limitless, unbound, pure potential that is available to all of us to tap into and bring in more happiness, more abundance, and, just kind of letting go of beliefs that really aren't serving you. So those antiquated belief patterns that you may have projected on you, or that you just kind of like started believing because of the environment that you may have been in. But whatever it is, about your having the manifestations in your life that you're wanting to bring in, you are able to create something new and something different. And all of this stuff coming up at this time is a really great time to bring that stuff in. Okay, and then we have the light and the darkness, which the meaning of this card is ancestors, generational shift. So you're shifting from those generational patterns that may not be serving you anymore. And it's not to say that it didn't have a purpose at the time, because these kind of things really can build character, help you become, a hard worker and that type of thing. But at this point, if there's some shifts that you want to make happen in your life, it's a really great time for that. And just becoming aware of and noticing those patterns. And then we have once was innocent. So this is that beautiful inner child healing. Knowledge means change. So being aware is that knowledge that's going to affect the way that stuff had on you, the effect it had on you. And this is, empowering for yourself. You're able to take your power back and maybe do some cord cutting. I like to call in Archangel Michael for cord cutting. Cord cutting could be for anything, but it could be for beliefs that aren't serving you, to help kind of release them from your energy. So you can do that if you feel called to. This is just for, you can take what resonates from this and, be able to help yourself kind of feel a little bit more harmonious and balanced. Okay, so I hope that helps. And that is what I have for you today. If you want to check out what I have for readings and services, you can go to stan.store/mediumandrea. And you can always email me at andrea.bacon444@gmail.com. But yeah, just have a beautiful week and have a great full moon. And just remember to not let the emotions get the best of you. But have a wonderful day, evening, and week. Thank you for joining me. Bye-bye.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining me today. I am coming to you from Dayton, Ohio. I'm back home this week after having an amazing family vacation in Virginia last week, which is where I saw you last week. Last week was an interesting time. I went and released my dad's ashes, and it was just such a beautiful experience and quite hysterical because we know that spirit can have a sense of humor. And one of the things I love about what I do as a medium is I get to relay people's personalities from the other side. And my dad had a wicked sense of humor and still showed that on the day that we released his ashes. And I, as much as I wanted to cry and I had panic over letting them go, I absolutely wound up laughing hysterically because he just found a beautiful way to let me know, I'm watching you. I was totally okay with this. And I was glad you did what you did. So what a great moment. What a great moment. So I hope that all of you are having a wonderful February. I can't believe that we're already almost at the end of February in 2024. It seems like the older I get, the quicker time goes. And, it's so interesting to look at time because we know that time isn't lineal. It's all happening right now, which is why our spirit guides are like social workers, and each one of us are their cases, and they help us, and they can help us all at the same time because if time isn't lineal, it's all happening right now. It's like they're focusing completely on us in that moment, which is amazing. And one of the things I like to tell everybody when they're talking to me and looking for healing, looking for help, is that you need to remember you were born with everything you need to heal yourself. I've had so many clients contact me and ask me about spirit attachments and about different things. And I will tell you that, yes, you can go to someone who will help get rid of the attachment. If you're spending an exorbitant amount of money, they're not doing it for real. And with the attachment, and perhaps somebody else can get rid of it for you, but it is your belief system that can bring it back. So if you believe that it is still there after you've paid someone to get rid of it, then it is still there because you brought it back with your belief system. This is why I teach people you can heal yourself. What you believe, you achieve. And this comes from the Hermetic principle, as above, so below, as within, so without, principle of attraction. And so when we believe something, it happens around us. So when I chose to believe I was a really good medium and I could do things, I wound up getting a great call from Ask One Radio saying, hey, do you want to be one of our hosts? And it was amazing. I was so grateful for that. When I don't believe that anything is happening for me and that I'm not as good as I thought I was, people stop booking on my schedule. And that all has to do with what I believe. So we have to start believing in ourselves and our capabilities and what we do. So I would like to welcome Ada to the show. Ada. Hi, Ada. How are you? How may I help you? How may I help you today? Okay, cool. So we're just having some connection issues with Ada. And so I have this amazing producer behind the scenes who's like the wizard, right? He's amazing, can do all these things. So while he gets Ada on, we're just going to continue talking about what you believe you achieve. So it's important for you to start believing wonderful things about yourself, which is why daily affirmations really work. So the way that you can deal with affirmations, one of the greatest ones you're ever going to do is I am worthy. I am loved. Write them on Post-it notes, right? It doesn't have to be anything expensive. Write it on a piece of paper, tape it up on your mirror in the bathroom. Tape it in your car. Put it anywhere where you need to see something regularly. When I was working at a corporate office, on my laptop on the bottom right-hand corner, I used to say, you're doing this so you can work for yourself. You're doing this so you can work for yourself. And here I am going full-time on my own in my business. And it's all because I believed that. And did it take time? Absolutely, it took time. Did I have to have time to get my husband on board? Oh my gosh, yes. He needed to get on board with it too, because I was making a decent salary. Actually, it was a really good salary with good benefits and everything else. And I asked him to just believe in me and to allow me to start doing what I really was comfortable doing, which is being a medium and being able to teach people. I love being able to teach you how to get in contact with your own spirit guides. I don't think that everybody should have to rely on us. And I am grateful that I have this opportunity to be of service to people. And in the same breath, I would prefer to teach you how to become your own medium. Maybe you don't want to read for someone else, but you want to be able to recognize when your dad comes around, when your mom comes around, when your best friend comes around. We want to be able to recognize who it is and how we can do it. And that's one of the things that I love teaching people how to do, is being able to recognize the difference between your human ego and your higher self. Your higher self is a much lighter, beautiful energy that believes you can do anything. The very first moment that you hear the word but, that is going to be your ego stepping in, telling you that you don't have access to do something that you absolutely can. And that is why we have to start recognizing the difference between what is our ego and what is our higher self. And it's simply because your ego wants to hold you back. Why does your ego want to hold you back? Because it exists only on this earthly plane. And it doesn't want to be gotten rid of. It doesn't want to disappear. Your higher self knows that it exists on a completely different plane, knows that it's a high vibration, knows that this world is really just a game that we're all playing. And how good are we going to become at the game? Your ego wants you to believe this is all there is, and you have to fight and scrap for everything that you have. And you do not. You can do anything that you want to do when you want to do it. You just have to believe in the possibility. So with that, I want to welcome Ania to the show. Hi, Ania. How are you?
Hi, Marie. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. How are you?
Wonderful. Did I pronounce your name right?
It's Anaya.
Anaya. Thank you. I like to pronounce them properly, so thank you for correcting me. How may I help you today,
No
Anaya?
problem. Well, I wanted to ask, I'm currently going through a situation with my boyfriend, Jordan, and we had a fight. And I wanted to know if it will over between us.
If it's over between you?
Yes.
So Spirit shows it to me as though you feel like he is a closed door. Because when I feel like, okay, I want to be able to talk to him, I feel like I'm kind of banging my head up against a wall, and I'm not always getting the answers that I'm seeking. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
And Spirit is showing it to me as though there are some things from his childhood that can stop him from being open and allowing himself to be vulnerable with other people. And if you can find the patience to be able to seek out a counselor or therapy, that the two of you can absolutely make things work, but it requires both people being willing to go. And I don't necessarily feel as though he would be super comfortable with that. And at the same time, if it's something that he really wants, then he'll go. Does that make sense?
Right.
Awesome. So I'm shuffling some cards, and I'm just asking Spirit to give me a card for what would be right for your situation. Like, what do you need to know? And so here's what we have. We have this card, and if you're on TV, you can see it. It is the full frost moon, and it is the moon in November. And the words on the card say, now is the time to prepare. Circumstances can change at any time. And being unprepared will affect you more than you realize. And so the way that I would be able to explain that to you is to not put all of your eggs in one basket. And it is be ready for things to shift and change at a given moment so that you don't feel like you're left holding the bag and just alone. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And to be prepared for anything to shift and change. And in the same breath, being able to have very vulnerable conversations saying, look, I love you and I want to be in this relationship with you. However, if you're not open, then I have to be able to be in a relationship where I feel loved, I feel seen, and I feel heard. Because Spirit is showing it to me as though you don't necessarily feel heard in that relationship. Does that make sense?
Yes, without a doubt.
And it is important for you that you are heard so that you can be validated as, being important, and that what you have to say is valued in the relationship. So there needs to be a very vulnerable conversation and a very open and honest conversation to sit them down and say, hey, how can we do this? How can we work through this? Maybe I overreacted to something you said. Maybe you overreacted to something that I said. And because of that, we need to be open to owning what each one of us said. And even though it feels like you do that more often than anything, to continue to say, okay, here's what I'll own. Are you willing to own what you said so that we can try and work through this? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because Spirit is showing it to me as though you need more balance. So these kind of questions are not a yes or no kind of thing, because it all depends on free will, right? If they get freaked out and say, listen, I've had enough, and they walk, we can't stop that. But what we can do is control how we react to it. We can get ourselves prepared, which is what the card says, get prepared for staying or going, whether it's mentally or physically, in preparing money, getting things ready, looking at options of places to live, so that we can be ready for that. And also being prepared to sit down with a list of therapists and counselors to say, okay, here, this is what we can do because I want to try and save this relationship because we've been together long enough that this means something to me. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just getting everything together and being prepared for all the different scenarios so that you don't feel like, oh my gosh, I have no control at all. And that's going to help you to feel like you do have some control in the relationship.
Okay.
So thank you very much. Go ahead. What?
Oh, I was just saying currently, I've tried reaching out to him. I'm just giving him space right now. He doesn't want to talk, but I'm just kind of looking to see where things go.
Yeah, it definitely get prepared for whatever you need to be prepared for. And know that if he is not interested, then you are absolutely better off and ready to be on your own. So thank you very much, Anaya, for joining the show. Thank you to all of you for watching. I hope you have an amazing rest of your day. Bye-bye.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from Lady D's PsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings, Lady D. I'm your host for segment, Lady D. I hope you've all had an amazing week. It's been quite interesting with the planets that we've had this week. And moving forward, we are going through more interesting energies that's coming up. We are in Aquarius season. So next week we are going into Pisces as well. So when we've got coming up here for this week, we've got a lot of energy in Aquarius. We're going to have Venus is going to move into Aquarius. And a couple of days ago, we have felt the impact of having of Mars and Pluto had meeting up. And then this week on the 22nd, so for me, the 17th, which is tomorrow, we're going to have Venus meet up with Pluto. So with this energy that's coming up with Venus meeting up with Pluto, it can be a sense of, I feel like this can be a sense of maybe facing your fears to do with like financial or relationships. Venus is about relationships. It's about money as well. Pluto is like the phoenix. I always say it can deal with endings as well. It can deal with like transformation and transformation and transforming yourself too. It isn't an Aquarius, so it could be about detaching yourself from certain relationships or certain money issues that you've been having. I feel like there's going to be a lot of energy this week about detaching because we are dealing with a lot of Aquarius, and Aquarius, they are detaching. They detach themselves from situations. I am an Aquarian, and that's something that I do a lot too. We also have this week a square with Mercury and Uranus, so that's going to bring about some unexpected communication, even unexpected like thoughts that we may have as well this week. It may not be as positive, but at the same time, because we're in Aquarius energy, even though it's unexpected, we may not feel as shocked as we might have felt otherwise. So there could be unexpected things you might hear, but not even be as shocked by it, but just unusual or unexpected communication or things you may hear from someone, but not be shocked by it. We've also got for most of the week a square with the Venus, Mars to Jupiter. So this can sort of, I feel like, maybe pull us down a little bit. We do have a sextile that's happening all week with Jupiter and Saturn, and that's helping us to get through any issues that we have and capability of helping us bounce back. I feel like that's the way positive are going this week. On the 22nd, we do have a conjunction with Venus and Mars. So Venus is we've had Mars meet up with Pluto this week, but we just felt a bit angry or aggravated. Then we're going to have on the weekend Venus meet up with Pluto, and then Venus is going to meet up with Mars. So it's a bit of a tongue twister here. It's going to feel like up and down. So with that, that's going to bring, actually might be a positive transit that can be a strength with either love, relationships, romance, or might give you the courage to go and either go after that job that you want to go after, or seek that pay rise, or give you the courage to ask that person out, or to say something you need to say to a person or to a partner, or it give you a thinking about perhaps if you're wanting to go online dating, giving you that courage confidence to do that. That can be a positive transit that can be coming up here on the 22nd, so it's my Thursday. We still have the conjunction with Chiron and the Node too. So I feel like this week it might be thinking about a bit like you're jumping through hoops, like you're trying to like dog paddle and just trying to get by. I feel like it's going to be a week of ups and downs. I feel like it's about being very irrational and very thinking of irrational thoughts and just thinking things out logically and not being irrational. I feel like this week's about following things through, stick to what you know. It might not be about doing new things, but I feel like doing things that you're confident that you know you can do. I feel like there's going to be a sense of there's a sense of expanding your memory, expanding your mind. I feel like it's going to be about thinking outside the box and not doing what's the normal. It's about being independent, about being an individual person, about thinking outside the box. I feel like there's a lot of questions about doing what your soul is yearning to do or what it needs to do, whether that be going to the beach or going to nature or, playing a card game. I feel like there's something about doing something that makes you feel good to coming up this week as well too. But I feel like it is definitely a week of going up and down. So let's go to the caller. So we have Angela in Houston, Texas. So hi, Angela, how are you?
I'm well. How about you?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
Well, I just would like to have a general reading. See what you get.
Okay. Do you want it on like a particular on finances or love or like a particular subject?
I'm sorry?
Did you want the reading on a particular subject, like a general reading, but did you want it on like relationships, or did you want it on romance, or did you want it like on money, work?
Yeah, career, money.
Okay.
Work, yeah.
Okay. I feel like I see you jumping over hurdles, but you're not getting over the hurdles completely. You're falling over some of them. So there's a sense of feeling flat. Okay. But I feel like you're trying your best. Do you have an office job, or do you talk on the phone a lot in your work? I see you.
No, I have an office. Oh, okay. I do work in an office.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I can see you like office but with the headset on. Okay. What's just the work that you're doing?
I'm sorry?
What's the work that you're doing? So what do you do? Like what's the sort of work that you're doing? Like administration?
I work for a law firm.
Okay. I know you're trying your best. I feel like everything's sort of switched on. I feel like it's going to get a lot of busy. Like there's a lot of work that's coming in for you. I feel like you're overworked, or the workload's going to be coming in fast. And I feel like we're coming into April, there's like no stopping of the workload or the work. I just feel like everything's expanding. I feel like it's getting busier. I feel like you're getting in a lot of like a sort of work, a lot of there's a lot of things that are coming in here as well. There is also money. I don't feel like you're going to be leaving there soon. I feel like you're kind of staying, but I'm also drawn to New York. So I don't know if it's a big company or they've got offices in New York, or you've got to go to New York for some sort of business trip. But I am drawn to like a big city like New York, or some sort of big city is what I'm drawn to. I feel like that they're trying to establish. I just feel like you're under the pump. Are you like a PA, or you like a lawyer?
No, I am actually an administrator for the firm. I manage the lawyers' schedule and their calendars.
Okay, so like the PA. I just feel like you're getting busier. Like it's like stepping up here as well. Like it's a good thing. I feel like they are all looking to you. Like without you, I feel like this place is sort of crumbling. So it's up to you to get everything organized. But it's like you need another set of hands, or you need a bit of help here. But I feel like you are staying there. I don't feel like you're leaving just yet. I feel like there's a bit of period you're thinking a bit stressed out here, but I feel like by September you're sort of getting over that, and it's like off. I feel like there is someone there. I feel like it's a male. He's sort of throwing a tantrum. I feel like he needs to stay calm. He needs to not like he's blaming you or blames people. Like he gets to figure out like this person is a bit of a hothead, and I feel like they need to just either take a step back or reassess. I just feel like maybe they need to just, I don't know, take a break. I just feel like they need to not finger point or be getting very angry. They need to somehow take a step back. You're also very creative. You're very creative in this job, so I feel like you're very resilient. Perhaps you're very good at problem solving. But I feel like there's a sense of, I keep on being drawn to like a big city like New York. Are you in a big city there, or do you have offices in New York?
No, actually, no. We have no connection to New York. I'm actually really thinking about that right now.
Oh, okay. So I don't know. But you're in a big city now. Where you are is a big city, though.
Yeah, it is.
So
we're in a big city. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Because I keep on seeing like this big like city. I guess I'm being shown what I know, and because I haven't been to America, I didn't know. So I guess what I've seen on TV. I just feel like you are staying there. There is but I feel like I mean, what you do there is kind of office management anyway. But I feel like when your time is to move on from there, I do feel like there's a sense of being an office manager. So I feel like I feel like that is something you can do, and it might be you can step out of that law firm or the law area when you just choose to do that. But for now, I feel like I feel like I'm very grounded. Like I'm staying in that. But at the same time, it's just getting a lot busier. I feel like there is something about bonus. I just do feel like there's a bonus there, but it's like dangling the carrot in front of you, and sometimes it's like you're unable to reach the carrot, but they're doing it deliberately. Like they're pushy, very pushy there. I feel like it's pushy. But there's something about April coming up, and I feel like that's where it's going to get a bit pushy. There's also a sense of being a bit stuck, or you've been wanting to do something, but you have not been able to do what you wanted to do as well. Do you have any questions for me?
Well, yeah, I mean, you said something about moving into a different realm of work. Do you see me going somewhere else?
Yeah, I do see you stepping eventually when you choose, when how many more years has she got? Look, I feel like you have about one more year to go in this workplace. And then when you go, I do get still office manager, but you're stepping out of that realm. So you're stepping out of maybe the law and going into, but it's another office. But you are like an office manager, so looking after the office, looking after everything. The pay packet, I feel like it's like 60K or more substantial. But it's I don't know if 60K is good or bad where you are, because I know the pay rates are different from here to where you are. But I do feel like there's something else for you, but it's about like a year from now that I feel like.
Okay, do you see that happening soon?
So I feel like I was there for another year, and then after that, you're going to look at moving out. Or it could be one more month. I get one. So either 1 month, 1 week, 1 year. I kind of felt 1 year, but then moving out. Yeah. So I was getting a one, how long you're going to be in the current place. So I asked, and I got one. But I feel like 1 year, but it could be 1 week or 1 month. But I kind of felt 1 year. Then you'll move on. Okay. All right, thank you for calling in today.
Thank you.
Okay. So everybody, thank you. And if you want to contact me, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Facebook page is Lady D Psychic Parties. And my Instagram and TikTok is Lady D Psychic. And my YouTube channel is Lady D or Danielle Psychic. So thank you. And I'll see you same time, same place next week. So bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from JohnCapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television, a bunch of other places. Welcome to the #1 Psychic Radio Network on Earth. So I'm delighted to be with you today. I'm John Capello. I'm a psychic medium from the North Texas area in the good old United States. So I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy that you're tuning in from wherever you're tuning in. I know we have a worldwide audience, and I'm happy to be a part of your life today. And hopefully I have something to say that will bring you a little bit of insight into metaphysics, psychic ability, or a little astrology. I'm going to talk a little bit about that today, and hope that you can, if you want to be a part of my group, then just sign up on my website to get a newsletter or stay up to date on some of the things that I do. You can like me on Facebook as well. Just go to John Capello Psychic, and you'll find me there on Facebook. Also, you'll find me on Instagram as well. So I'm a lot of different places, and I'm delighted to share my insights with you on a daily basis or a weekly basis here on the Psychic Radio Network. So today I want to bring up a few topics. I want to congratulate Miracles of Joy for their new location. They're opening up a new store in Bedford, Texas. I haven't been there yet, but I'm excited that I'm going to be able to go soon to visit them. And so hopefully we'll be doing some work out of there as well. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm not going to be doing any traveling for the next couple of weeks, but I will be soon. I'll be my first travel in March will be in Oklahoma. I'll be going back up to Nature's Treasures. So if you're tuning in from Oklahoma, look for me there, because we'll be doing a beginner's astrology class and my usual galleries and my aura pictures and private readings too. So I hope that if you're in the Oklahoma City area, Midwest City, that you'll come by and join us. So today we're going to take a couple of callers, and we will be just working with you today. But I wanted to talk a little bit about, also before I move on, I want to say that tonight we're starting our Psychic Journeys, the Psychic Development class. A whole new group of people. I'm excited that they're going to join us, and we'll have a course of 6 classes. And you can still join up. You can join up right until the time we get started, and I'll be happy to put you on our Zoom call. Also, I want to let you know next month I'm going to be talking a little bit about channeling. So I haven't done a lot of talk about channeling. It's important because one of the best channelers that's ever lived is Edgar Cayce. And of course, he was the #1 psychic in the United States for many, many years, and written many books, and still has the Association of Research and Enlightenment in Virginia, in the state of Virginia. And he has given a lot of people insight. And there's lots of groups that exist around the country, the ARA groups, people that study his work and study some of his medical remedies that he offers for people. And he's big on castor oil and those cleanses. So if you ever have an interest in Edgar Cayce, we'll be bringing him up from time to time as well. So today, just like I said, I want to talk a little bit more about astrology, and I want to talk about how energy works in people's charts. And right now in the United States, we have the big deal with the presidential election, and it's not for me to get political or anything like that. So don't think that what I'm saying, the things I'm saying are political. They're just my observations about astrology. And I found that a few people have some aspects that are worth discussing, and we're going to be talking about 5 people today. One of them is not a presidential candidate, but we're going to talk a little bit about Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Nikki Haley, President Joe Biden, and then President Donald Trump. And 2 of these people, Robert F. Kennedy and Nikki Haley, we don't have the exact birth time for them. So it's going to be difficult to talk in more precise terms about them, but we'll do that the best that we can based on the information that we have. So I'm going to go ahead and go to our first caller. I believe it's Lynn in New Jersey. Let me make Ian. Okay. So Enid. Okay, I see it now. I got to get my chat box on. So Enid, you're in Lyndhurst, New Jersey. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
How are you today?
I'm great. How about yourself?
Fine. Enid, is there something going on with the relationship for you right now? And also, is there a young child around you?
I work with children.
You work with children, young children?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So what is your question today?
Career-wise and finances.
Romances, is that what you said?
No, finances.
Finances, okay, finances. Well, I don't know. I have to stick with. There's something about a man in your life right now, but I'm just going to let that energy go. But as far as finances are concerned, it seems like you've been having to watch your money very closely here lately. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. It does look like you're going to be looking for another position that pays more money, but you're hesitant to do it because you want to find the right place. So I do feel like you need to be sending out your resume, and I do feel like you need to be trying to get to that next level. If you do, it probably will be after the school year ends, maybe in June or July, something like that. But it feels like you need to be getting more proactive in creating a better financial situation for yourself. But I also feel like you do need to be picky, because I feel like wherever you go, you're going to want to stay there. Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense.
Okay. So do you have any other questions?
I do. Health-wise, do you see any issues with my health?
Okay. What is your birth sign right now? What is your birth sign?
Aries.
Aries, okay. Aries usually has pretty good health. They have to, of course, watch Aries around the head and neck and shoulders, because that's more Aries. So have you been having any headaches or anything?
I have.
Okay, because that's something that is, for me, it seems like it's more stress related than anything. I'm not saying that.
I think so too.
I don't feel like you have anything awful, thank goodness.
Well, I just want my overall situation to get better, because it's just been way too long.
Well, Aries and the cardinal signs have had a rough time, and so you're getting some relief right now, and that's one of the topics we're going to be talking about. Aries, Cancer, Libra, and Capricorn, they're going to be getting some relief as Pluto moves more into Aquarius. Okay, so this is going to be a time when I wouldn't do anything impulsive like Aries normally does, but but this is a time to be a little more methodical and to choose your battles more wisely. So Aries gets better at time. Do what?
I say I understand. Thank you so much. That resonates with me.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, and you have a great day, and hope you listen to the rest of the show. So take care.
I will. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. So I'll go to Courtney in Wichita Falls, Texas here in just a moment, but I do want to say a couple of things about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Nikki Haley. Both of them are Capricorns. You'll see that Robert Kennedy, his birthday is January 17th, and Nikki Haley's is January 20th, the same as mine. So it's interesting that her birthday is the same as mine. I'm a lot older. But she's 29 degrees Capricorn, whereas Kennedy is 27 degrees Capricorn. And so Pluto has been playing a large part in their charts here lately. And you can see where there was a dramatic change for Robert F. Kennedy leaving the Democratic Party after his family is icons in that party. For him to leave was a pretty major transformation for him. So this is one way that Pluto works in our lives, when you make a major shift, and that's what he has done. And you're starting to see that now with Nikki Haley. She's making major waves in the Republican Party, and we'll see how that turns out for her. But it's a major transformation. Instead of her going and getting in line with the rest of the Republicans, she's pushing forward and trying to make a name for herself. So with that 29 degrees Capricorn, also when you see 29 degrees in a sign, it's the weakest degree of any sign, but it's also the sign where the native wants to do something in that area. The native is the person with that aspect. So you see that she wants to make a name for herself, and she feels like it's now or never. And so that's what she's doing, and she's trying to set herself apart and make that name for herself. So before we go to the other candidates, let's go to Courtney in Wichita Falls. So Courtney, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Good. Courtney, I don't know, I was having the tendency to see children today. Do you want children, or are you wanting to have children?
I already have 2 boys. I don't think that's something that's really off in my future. I mean, maybe one more one day, but it's not something that's in my direct future, I don't think, for me right this moment because of the situation. Okay. But I love children, yeah.
You like children? Okay. Then I'm just seeing children around you, and I don't know, I see a baby around you, so maybe there will be one more in your future. But what is your question for me today?
I didn't know I had to have a question, so I'm kind of on the spot on that. I was just kind of wanting something general, just like maybe I've got some things coming up that, like kind of legality-wise. I don't know if you can even address that, but also relationship and family. Just like if you have any insight on any of that, that would be great.
Okay, well, the reason why I didn't go to a specific issue is because it just seems like a lot of irons are on the fire for you, a lot of different directions.
There are.
Because
it's hard to ask a question.
What?
Yeah. I said it's kind of hard to ask a question for that reason. You're correct on that.
Yeah. Well, what is your birth sign?
I'm a Cancer. I'm like as Cancer as, I'm definitely Cancer. I'm July 12th. So. Okay.
Well, it's like the last caller. I don't know if you heard me, but Cancer is one of those cardinal signs. So right now you're not in an aspect for relationships, but you're in a relief kind of aspect. You're in an aspect where hopefully you'll be able to find some peace, because You probably have been through the mill the past 10, 15 years with all of the stuff that's been going on affecting your sign. So Cancer takes everything very personally because you're the nurturers of the zodiac, and you want to care about everyone. But it just feels like there's been some rejection around you, and that you have been hurt deeply in the past. Is that correct?
Yes, I have actually been, very much so. It is very correct.
Okay. So right now, I can't tell you not to get into a new relationship, but I think that this is a time for reflection for you. Did I lose you? Okay. Okay, we lost Courtney, but we're going to do our best to get her back. And so Cancers are in a period where of trying to get some rest, trying to clear their mind, trying to maybe do some reflection of what's going on around them. Okay, so Courtney, are you back?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. This is gone.
Okay. Well, right now, it's like I say, I feel like you need to take your time in making decisions and be a little bit more methodical with everything that you do. I don't know. For me, I feel like there might be a move around you. There's something about getting yourself in a better place, a place where you can thrive, maybe afford a little bit more. Wichita Falls is a nice place to live. It's a little bit, it's of course a smaller town than the big ones in Texas, like Dallas or Houston or San Antonio. So I feel like, you want to find some peace in your life. Does that make sense? Because you've had a little bit of a rocky time.
Yes, and I am moving. You are correct about that. Like I am going through the situation, kind of due to a relationship amongst other things, but and I am trying to find a bigger place for my children and I anyways. So it resonates with that part. It's actually kind of a last minute, like I got it dropped on me last minute, but I'm not sure what's going to happen when I move or where I'm going to go just yet. But, my children are with their dad at the moment, so that's okay. So they're stable and that's what matters. But yeah, I do have a move coming and I do need the peace because I'm really been going crazy. So it would really help me a lot just to have a little bit of calm and clarity to have.
Yeah, I feel like you need some peace. You need some peace of mind. You need to like I say, do some reflection. And because I'm not saying that you've made all the mistakes, but there have been some mistakes made. But I feel like just this is a time for you to kind of get yourself together. Okay. There is going to be another relationship, but it's not going to be right away. I just think you need to take your time because a lot of times when you're just getting out of a relationship, we get into a rebound situation, and it doesn't always work out. So I would just work on yourself right now, work on saving some money and putting yourself in a place where you can thrive. So everything is going to work out. Now, you said a legal situation. Is this a divorce?
Yeah, I was just about to ask you that. I was just well, no, I am still legally married to my ex-husband, but I don't see that coming. It's not on my front burners. It's I got to go to court on the 23rd, and I'm really nervous about it because it's to do with my probation, and I've never been in trouble in my life, and I went around the wrong crowd a year ago, and that's kind of why I'm where I'm at now. And being around them is what got me where I'm at. And I've really been trying hard to navigate this because, like I said, I've never been in any kind of trouble. And it's just been really hard because it feels like even though I've never been in trouble, they are very, like my probation officer does not like me. I don't know what it is, but I just am so scared to go to court because I don't know what's going to happen. And I'm just really nervous about it.
Just like I say, you've made some mistakes. And so all you can do is be penitent, okay? Be remorseful. And just let the court and your probation officer know that you're going to be doing better, because I do feel you're a good person, but you have made those errors. Okay, so make a plan to make your life better. If you are on probation, just fulfill your obligations to the letter. Don't give anybody an excuse to say that you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing.
Right.
And then get back on track. But this is a period of time to where you're dealing with those past errors and past situations. So deal with them one at a time the best that you can. But handle the past in a dignified way, and you'll be able to build upon your future. So it looks like there were multiple charges here that were put against you, and it looks like you're just going to have to handle it as best you can. Now, your mother is still in your life, is that right?
Yeah, my mother, yes, she's still in my life, and there were multiple charges, but they dropped 2 of them. One of them we all got charged with because nobody would take responsibility for the situation, and so now I'm having to deal with 5 years, and I'm just worried that they're going to take me to prison or put me into prison when I go because I had a violation for something that my community service and stuff. So it's just been scary, but yes, my mother is still in my life also.
Okay, well, the reason why I bring that up is because she's the saving grace for you. She's going to stay with you no matter what. I'm not saying she's always going to be happy with you, but
yes.
You know,
she's hard on me.
Yeah, I understand, but she's there, you know, and that's important that she's there. So you're just going to have to make your mind up that you're making this change, and it's like I say, you're going to have to do this probation. You're going to have to do it to the letter, okay?
Right.
And so that you don't get into trouble again. There could be some time when you spend in the jail, but if you do go to jail, just keep to yourself and do the best that you can. Make sure that you get you have resources there. Make sure that there's I believe a place where your mother or somebody can send you money so that you can have the things that you need, and just keep to yourself, because it just seems that it would be a short period of time, but they're just sending a message to you not to mess up anymore. So things are
I
going to
just
get
didn't have a vehicle. I wasn't trying to do it, like intentionally. It's just tough, getting around in the weather. But if I do end up going, do you see that my children will be okay? That's my biggest fear about all of it. I just want to make sure that they're okay.
Your children are going to be fine.
Pick up.
Your children are going to be fine. They're going to be okay. Just do what you have to do right now. The focus has got to be on you, because you got to get better before you can help your children. Okay.
I know that.
All right. Okay. So you take care.
I appreciate it. One step at a time. I'm trying.
One step at a time. Good luck to you. Okay. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about a couple of aspects that I saw about President Joe Biden's chart and one of them in Donald Trump's chart. Now, the North Node in our charts is the nodes are the shadows of the moon, how they fall in your chart. The North Node in Western astrology is what you aspire to be, and the South Node indicates your past. Well, in Joe Biden's chart, his North Node is in the 10th house, which is the part of the chart of fame and status. But his North Node is 29 degrees Leo. Well, 29 degrees Leo is where the planet Regulus lies, a king. So he aspires to be a king, and so whether it just something a point of fact for you to know that that's his aspiration. He's always wanted to be the president. He's been wanting to be president since the 1980s, a long time. He finally got there. And so don't look for him to give up the presidency very easily, because he finally reached his goal. So he's there where he wanted to be, and that's what he aspired to be. And then you look at President Donald Trump. Well, he has a 29 degrees Leo as well, but that's on his rising sign. And so he appears to be a king. People see him as a king. And of course, he may think he's king too, but he aspires to be a king, and so he tries to act magnanimous in his way, and so he's doing the best that he can with the aspects in his chart. but it's just interesting to see that both of these men have Regulus prominent in their charts, and so one aspires to be a king, and one acts like a king, and so hopefully he acts like a benevolent king. This doesn't matter how you feel about him, but he does put his country first, and so he puts his responsibilities first. And that's what he's trying to display. Now he has a lot of Virgo in his first house, so that means that he's gonna be highly critical individual. But he's got that Regulus in his first house, 29 degrees Leo, and so it's interesting to see what he's gonna do with that particular that aspect. And so the other person that I wanted to talk about was Kellyanne Conway. And she's a great contrast to Nikki Haley because they were both born on the same day, my day, January 20th, which is also the day of presidential inauguration. So I'm always going to be interested in different presidents. Doesn't matter who it is. I'm always interested in who it is because of that's my birthday. But she's also 29 degrees Capricorn. So all these 29 degrees, now they're not degrees that astrologers say are necessarily the most action oriented, but it is the end of each of those signs, the end of Leo, the end of Capricorn, and so they are something to watch because these are people that are going to do something. It's when you're in the weakest degree of a sign, if you're going to make a mark, you've got to be active. You got to get going, Now with me, I'm 0 degrees Aquarius, so it's new energy for me. So lots of new beginnings. They're about endings. They're ending a cycle. They're ending a sign. I'm about beginning a sign. And right now with Pluto being 0 degrees Aquarius, it's affecting them and me a lot. So watch them, watch those two women, see how they work with those energies because they're on television all the time. And so see how Pluto works in your life. And the young lady that I just spoke to, you see how Pluto has transformed her life, not always in the best way, but in a way which is forcing her to change, okay? Forcing her to make a big difference in her life. And so this is how astrology works, and this is how the planets work, and it's something that is worth noting. So with that, we're getting ready to close down our program for today. I'd like to thank you for listening or watching our program, whether it be on the Ask One Radio Network or on Moonstruck TV. So it's been fun. But be sure to like me on my Facebook page, and be sure to visit the website of miraclesofjoy.net and go to their online store. Buy something if you don't mind. Use promo code 0223. They'll be delighted to send you something, and I know that you'll enjoy whatever you purchase from them. So I'm your host once again. I'm psychic medium John Capello. Thank you so much for being here today. Bye-bye.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast. Hope you had an absolutely amazing Valentine's Day wherever you are in this world of ours. I know for me personally, I got spoiled rotten, lots of flowers and candy and lots of things, and take it out for dinner. And, you know, it's a time of love. It's a time of when we should celebrate love. And even if we aren't in love with another person, we can celebrate ourselves of just being alive and being proud of who we are. Anyway, so this week's another week, and Valentine's Day's passed for another year. So the Simply Tarot card of the week this week is, I'm going to say an unusual card because it's one of the cards that when I used to teach a lot of tarot, people always got confused when we came to people. When we came to knights, pages, kings and queens, they always had a very puzzled, stumped look on their face. Now, the Knight of Pentacles is this. Any time that you see a knight card come out, it usually represents somebody up to the age of 25 years of age, and it is a male. Now, in my experience, when you've had children, as many of us have, you always look at your children as being children. You don't consider that because they're 40, they still come out to you as a child. So they will still come out as a knight if it's a male, and if it's a female, as a page, no matter what age they are, because they're your children. And we always tend to look at them as thinking of them as being tiny tots and, you know, people we've still got to protect even though they're grown-ups in their own right. So the Knight of Pentacles is a young man up to the age of 25 years of age. He has dark hair, dark eyes, could have olive complexion. The secondary meaning is visitors. Now, that means somebody coming to visit, you know, somebody coming in for a cup of coffee, a chat or whatever, with a message to share. Now, this day and age, you know, a lot of people tend to sort of think of visitors as things like, well, we've got a text message or an email or somebody's on a chat somewhere or in a chat room with us, but that's like a visitor. I'm a little bit old-fashioned. I like to think of somebody knocking on the door and coming in person is when I see this card, visitors with messages to share. But it can be the secondary meaning of just some important message that's coming through, somebody that you care about, somebody that you know. It's not a random, it's something there that there's a message that's important to share with you. Okay, so moving on to the astrology section this week. It's always very interesting when we sort of move into the astrology section. I get lots of messages about this that people say that they really hang on every word, and that's lovely. But you've got to understand everything that we do on this show is only ever a guide. It's not something that you can go and say that is the actual gospel truth. It's my interpretation of how the planetary configurations are dancing around the zodiac this week. And somebody else might look at it and have a completely different take on how the planets are going to affect people. So my general rule of thumb is it feels right for you, adopt it. If it doesn't, then discard it, because we all have a different way of interpreting information. And it's a little bit like Chinese whispers. You can start out with one version of it, and by the time it gets to the end of the line, the stories change completely. So, you know, any sort of psychic science can be a little bit that way too. This is my interpretation of astrology. So this week we're happy to say that the sun has moved into Pisces, so happy birthday to all the Pisceans out there. It's one of my favourite times of the year because I always sort of think of collectively it's the end of the zodiac year. I was going to say the Chinese New Year, got nothing to do with it. The end of our zodiac year. It's the final sign. A lot of astrologers affectionately call Pisces the dustbin cycle. I really get offended when I hear that. To me, Pisces is a really ultimate sort of energy because they can collectively draw on the energies and the wisdom and the not so positive parts of the previous 11 signs and amalgamate it into their own, plus add their own flavour, their own adventure. So the Pisces energy to me is very important because it's mutable, which means it's flexible, it's very creative, it can be very gentle. It can also be very firm when it needs to be too. So don't ever underestimate a Pisces just because they seem a little bit dreamy or a little bit more on the gentle side. Rub them up the wrong way and you'll know about it, because they have a backbone there that is far surpasses even sort of the more fixed and rigid sort of signs. So just be a little bit aware of that. But they generally are normally nice, easygoing sort of people, the people that you like to have as a friend, because they're very, very genuine and really, really do care about you. So happy birthday to all the Pisceans. And no, I'm not a Pisces. So we have the Sun, which is in Pisces at the moment, is conjunct or holding hands Saturn. Now, Saturn's the planet of discipline, of structure, of limitations, restrictions, things that we need some sort of definite direction for. You know, we need some extra oomph in our lives. You know, sometimes we need, I like to use this word, stickability. We need to stick to something a little bit more and see it through to the end. That's what Saturn brings to our lives. A lot of people affectionately call Saturn the father figure or the taskmaster planet, and I suppose he is a little bit like that. He sort of comes in and wields a big stick and says, yes, you're all going to behave yourselves and do as I tell you. But at the same time, what he's trying to do is teach you lessons, teach you structure, teach you that anything that's worth having in life is worth putting the effort into it, that you really do have to sort of, you know, really make sure that you've got everything on a very solid foundation. So with the Sun here conjunct Saturn, what the Sun is sort of saying is, you know, here I am, I want to, you know, bring up some positive energy to the world at the moment. I want everybody to sort of start to feel a little bit creative, be a little bit happy. You know, sometimes go for a little bit of a trip down memory lane. Sometimes be a little bit like Peter Pan and not wanting to grow up. But then Saturn comes along and says, well, that's all well and fine for a certain period of time, but we do have to behave like a grown-up because we're living in a grown-up world. So yes, it's great to daydream and have fantasies and look at the gentler side of life or look for a creative solution, but don't forget to back it up with something that says structure and that we're going to complete the task and we're going to move forward. So I hope that helps you understand that. That relates to all the 12 signs, particularly, yes, the water signs of Pisces, Cancer and Scorpio, and the opposite sign of Virgo, but it filters through to all the other remaining 8 signs as well of the zodiac this week. So make sure that, you know, you get your creative hat on, but make sure there's some structure and some guidelines and some rules that go along with it. We have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is conjunct or holding hands Mars in Aquarius. Now, Venus in Aquarius is an unusual way to describe Venus. Venus in Aquarius dares to be different. It likes to look for love in places that other people would consider the wrong place to look, that, you know, you don't want somebody like that because they're a bit bohemian or a bit way out, a bit different. They think differently to us. They dress differently to us. And Venus in Aquarius thrives on that and says, well, just watch me. You know, the more you say you don't like somebody, the more appealing they become to me. So you need to be careful if somebody has Venus in Aquarius in their chart, that they sometimes do choose people that are socially unacceptable to the rest of us. Sometimes you find people with Venus in Aquarius are attracted to drug addicts or murderers or people that society thinks is unacceptable. Sometimes it's just straight out that they attract people that are like-minded souls, people that dare to be a little bit different, that have a broader view of the world and what love should be about. They're not necessarily tied up in a little box. So when you've got Venus conjunct Mars here, yes, it's definitely going to be affecting the air signs, Aquarius, Gemini and Libra, but it's also affecting the opposite sign of Libra. So it's asking you here that if you are starting a new relationship and you're one of those signs, make sure that you're very careful about it. Make sure that it's exactly what you want. Make sure that you're not just attracted to it because this person is boisterous and loud and sort of is showing you action and sort of making you feel important because they dare to do things that other people don't dare to do. It's nice to have somebody that has some ambition and some drive, but make sure it's for the right reasons. Yes, this will flow on to the other remaining 8 signs, but it waters itself down as it goes along. So my answer to this is, if you are seeking love and you meet somebody special or somebody new this week, make sure that you're not just blown away by the excitement of somebody that's very super strong, dares to be different, likes to break the law or do something that other people find socially unacceptable, and that's just the main attraction. Make sure that there's other layers there at the reasons why you're attracted to this person and see whether or not it can stand the test of time. My advice would be take it slow. Yes, it's nice to meet somebody that's different and outside of what the type of person you normally attract, but make sure it's for the right reasons. Now, we have Mercury, the planet of communication, is in Aquarius. So Mercury in Aquarius always means that we want to think differently, we want to speak differently, we want to sort of shock people into listening to what we've got to say. And sometimes when Mercury is sitting in Aquarius like this, and this applies to all of us, sometimes we can say things without thinking. Sometimes we say things just to get someone's attention, and we don't really mean it. It's like, I'll shock them into listening to me, or I'll get their attention. If I say this, they'll listen to me then. So we need to make sure that if we're going to use that tactic, we're using it for the right reasons, that we're not just doing it to bring the attention back to us, that we need to be sort of looking at things and sort of saying, okay, what is the reason that I'm going to take a different route of communication to get somebody's attention? Why are they not listening to me? Are they preoccupied? Do they not think that this is a good idea? Or do they not just want to listen to what I've got to say? Now, Mercury is in Aquarius, is conjunct or holding hands the sun that's just gone into Pisces. So the sun here is trying to sort of say to each and every one of us, there's a creative or a softer way of sort of maybe presenting this. Mercury's sort of saying, I'm going to make them listen. I'll get their attention by saying bang, 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 or doing this, or standing on my head, or whatever that's different that's going to get their attention. Where the sun is saying, now hang on a minute, stop, look and listen. There's a more creative way that we can get our message across that maybe we'll just get a little bit more traction. We can blend the both together. Yes, we can present it in a different way or give them new information, but let's present it in a way that's palatable, that we'll get more traction and we'll get further along. And that's probably the object of the situation. If you're going to do a presentation, or you need to go and talk to somebody in authority, or you're looking for a new job or a pay rise or whatever, don't just go in there like the bull in the china shop, telling them that you're going to get attention because you're so different and so much better than everybody else. Show them how you're going to be different than everybody else. Show them the creative side of you, of how you can bring more to the company. Then you do deserve that pay rise because you're thinking outside the square. You've got some innovative new ideas, and you've got your creative hat on, and, this is a win-win for everybody. So we have Saturn in Pisces, as I spoke about before. Now, Saturn in Pisces is like the father figure. It sort of wields the big stick, but also gives us the discipline or the structure to be able to achieve things that we want to achieve in our lives. Now, this next section is going to affect Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, and the opposite sign of Virgo. It's also going to affect the earth signs, which is Taurus, Virgo and Capricorn, and the opposite sign is Scorpio. So these are the most important signs that this is going to affect. For the rest of the zodiac, it will be a much more watered down effect. So we've got Saturn in Pisces, saying that he can bring structure to our creative thinking, can bring some stability there. He's sextiling, which sextile in astrology means it's a very flowing, easy sort of planet configuration. It means everything's in harmony, everything's going to be easy. So we've got Jupiter, the planet of luck and opportunity, is sitting in Taurus. Now, when Jupiter's sitting in Taurus, it's safeguarding our money, our personal finances, the things that are important to us. So we've got Saturn creating the structure, the creativity, the way that we can present something or start something new. And we've got Jupiter saying, yeah, well, hang on a minute, I'll take care of the finances, but at the same time, we can expand everything out. We've got a good, solid foundation underneath us. So for people that might be looking to start up a new venture or start something new, this is actually the perfect time, particularly if you're a water sign or an earth sign. Not so much for the others, but there still certainly is luck there to be had. So if you're looking at new ventures, look at new creative ways that maybe you can bring the structure to it, that you can open up doors or open up markets that have been hidden to you before previously. Now, we're going to take our first caller on the show today, which is Grace in Sydney here in Australia. How are you, Grace?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good. Managing okay with all the storms down there, sweetie?
I see a little bit of sun outside today, so it's good.
Oh, wonderful. That's nice to hear. So do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Grace?
Yes. Currently, I'm going through a divorce and custody battle.
Mm-hmm.
I was just wondering, it's long-standing. I'm just wondering, when is this going to end, and basically, will I get the results that I want out of the custody battle?
Okay, Grace, look, it's always difficult when you're going through custody battles. I mean, technically, we're not supposed to answer legal questions, but I'm not bound by that on this show. No, that's fine. So, but that's just general rule of thumb in psychic things, that we don't tamper with that, health and pregnancy. But what I can tell you is that I still feel that there's a little bit of waiting time. They're showing me not much action before May or June. Now, I know that's probably, oh God, not that long. We're only in February. But what I'm seeing here, the little bit longer that it takes, the better prepared or the better the result is for you. It's like your legal team is better prepared. I want to say it's almost like they're laying a trap for him. Like they've thrown a few things out there. It's like going fishing. I'll throw a bit of bait in the water, a bit of burley in the water, then we'll throw the bait in on the fishing line and see what we catch. So it's like they're deliberately trying to do that because they know, not just from what you've told them, but they know from their years of experience that a lot of the things that he's presented has hit so many holes in it. It's lies. It's now a matter of trying to bring it to a point that we can tie this up in a way that you'll be happy with it, even though it's dragged on. It's interesting because I keep going to say, I don't think he wants the children. He's just doing this to hurt you. Is that a fair assessment of the situation?
Sorry?
I said, is that a fair assessment of the situation? To me, I don't think he wants.
Absolutely. You are spot on. You are spot on. Everything he's done to me has been in spite because I have exposed his abuse towards me and he had charges pressed on him. So he's done everything in his powers now to get back at me.
Yeah, but it's not going to work. I believe you're going to get the result you want, and probably better than what you could even hope for. I mean, legal people always talk in the realms of, well, we can possibly expect this, or this might be a good outcome. They never say definitely we're going to achieve this, that or the other. They can't, because they never know, particularly if it's going to go before a judge, which I felt it was. I felt it was going to go to a higher authority. I felt it was going to go into a courtroom. I didn't feel it was just going to be, we're going to thrash out a settlement and everything's going to be okay. But by going in there, and I know I appreciate it's going to cost more money, but I feel you're going to get a better result. And it's sort of like, what will come down in the courtroom will be sort of set in stone. Like there will be no room for negotiation or appeals or anything like that. So you've just got to hold firm, Grace, and know that you're on the right path. You have a lot of people on the other side helping you get through this. So every time you sort of feel like you can't take one more step, just take a breath and just put that next foot in front of the other and know that you're on the right path. But the children will thank you for it later on.
Oh, yeah, I was having a feeling last night. I didn't know whether to change lawyers or not. I was just getting a little bit frustrated, even though they did say they are trying to lay the foundation to get the best result for me, even though it might take a little bit longer.
Yeah, my interpretation of that is I'd stick with it, because what they showed me was they were trying to go, they were trying to bait him. They were trying to get him to fall into some traps. So, yes, they are trying to put a very rock-solid foundation underneath it. And, look, sometimes legal things just don't move as fast as what we'd like, unfortunately. No. But keep going, Grace. You're on the right path and you're protecting your children. So I wish you well, sweetie.
Thank you so much, darling. Thank you.
You're very welcome. We're going to talk with Melissa now in Batesville in Arkansas.
Yes.
Are you there, Melissa?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Melissa?
Well, not really, honey. Could I just get like a general, maybe?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I just always ask because we have such limited time on the show and I want to make sure we get to what you need. First thing that they're showing me, Melissa, is that you've got some endings, changes and transformations coming up. So have you been working really hard on getting your life in some sort of order since about last June?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Because they're showing me all these red ticks. They're saying she's such a good girl. Look at all the ticks she's got. She's handling everything very well. One of the changes that's coming up, are you planning on making some changes to where you're living, or have you been thinking about the potential of moving? Because I've got question marks around where you're living.
Yeah, there has been some changes to where I've kind of looked into it, possibly, yes.
I don't feel it's the right time to move, though. Yeah, I don't think it's the right time to move yet. I'm sort of looking at least 18 months away before we need to even come back and visit it, and that would still be a little bit premature to me.
Exactly. That's the way I felt about it.
Good. Well, then I want you to follow that. There also sort of, I keep going to say to you, I feel short of breath. Is that you, or has it been somebody that's been close to you?
Actually, I just had my best friend on Saturday night had a fall off of a porch, and she is now paralyzed from her shoulders down, and she's in surgery at this moment.
Right. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. So, I mean, obviously it's too soon to know whether, the surgery, I mean, if she's paralysed, isn't she? There's probably no way from coming back from that.
Right. Yeah, we're talking trach and all, so you're dead on with the trouble breathing.
Yeah, it was like I couldn't swallow, and, it was just, yeah.
They just incubated her today.
Good. I don't want to say that it's going to shorten her life, and I don't want to say that it's going to be a miracle and, she's not going to be paralysed, but I do think what they're going to find when they've done the surgery is the damage is not quite as severe as they first thought. So that's a good thing.
That's what we're praying for, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's going to be so pleased to see you. She is going to need a lot of help, though. Yeah. It's not going to be an easy road.
For quite some time, right.
Yeah, I feel so for quite some time. And I'm surprised in a way that they came through so strongly about your friend, obviously because that's on your mind too. But I'm trying to work out how that sort of ties into you because, they showed me that, yes, she's going to need help for quite some time. But they also very clearly showed me it wasn't your responsibility either. Do you know what I mean? As to be a full-time care situation either. So, I mean,
I think it may be related to me with like an anxiety, maybe. To do with me at this moment. I've had a lot of loss, a lot of changes here the last 3 years.
Right.
And,
well, maybe they're also telling you to sort of be a little bit kinder to yourself and catch your own breath. You know what I mean? Like, you're puffed out too from everything that's gone down. Maybe it's time to, I'm not diminishing anything to do with your friend, but I'm saying maybe it's a dual message. Yes, there's her, but there's also, it's a little bit of a warning to you that maybe you need to slow down a little bit, Melissa, and take care of yourself too. Like you're running out of breath. You're running out of puff to sort of do too much more. I'm always hesitant to say that this is, the end of any more passings just yet, but I sort of feel that's what it is. It's like we've put it on pause for a while, that you can catch your breath and sort of just rebuild your energy up and start to focus on you again for a change, because it's been a long time since we've been able to just focus on Melissa and Melissa to be able to go and do what you want to do when you want to do it. It seems to be all your adult life has been nothing but responsibility and taking care of people. And it's now time to take care of you. Yeah, but it's time to take care of you now. Is there someone special in your life, Melissa? Somebody that, you're in love with?
Well, yes, there's someone new. Yes, I hadn't dated in probably 15 years. And now, I've started seeing someone last 8 or 9 months.
Well, they were showing me the most beautiful, big, ginormous pink heart. So usually when they show me something like that either there's someone new coming into your life or love is new. You know what I mean? It's new, it's fresh, it's shiny, it's exciting. And I just sort of felt he had the heart of gold, this man. He's just so caring, so loving, so giving. I can't fault him in any way. I think he's been sent to you from above. I really do, to sort of make you smile a little bit and, make you sort of, not so much slow down, but take a little bit better care of you, do some things for you that are going to make your heart sing. And I think that's really important. I really like him. He's going to be such a tower of strength to you. Not that you're going to need him to be a tower of strength, but just to know that he's there, that you've got someone to rely on, I think is such a weight off your mind. It's wonderful.
Yes, especially with all the change,
I just sort of feel that relationship's going to get a lot more serious, Melissa.
Okay.
So, find out all this.
Slowly.
Talking about something a little bit more serious than just being boyfriend and girlfriend.
Right. Yes, well, I hope so. He seems to be a good one.
He is a good one, yeah, but he likes to take his time now. He's not in a rush to do anything, and I just sort of think by August he's going to be fumbling around and tripping over his words, and what he's trying to say is let's build a life together.
Yeah, it's kind of cute.
It is kind of cute because he's like a teenager, asking somebody out on the first date, the way he's tripping over his words and he's so nervous.
Well, that's funny because that's what we would say. We were like, gosh, we're just so giddy, like we're teenagers again or something.
Well, they're allowed to be like teenagers again. It's not just for the young. It's for all of us, to have that giddy-heady sort of feeling when you first fall in love. I think that's part of the magic of it, isn't it? I mean, we didn't have that to be boring. There's plenty of time to be serious and be a grown-up much later on. Let's enjoy the looking into each other's eyes and getting to know each other. And he is such a lovely man. The two of you are going to have such a wonderful life together. So I hope that's helped you, Melissa. And look, I'll send lots of loving prayers and everything to your friend today while the surgery's happening. That's where we're going to leave Melissa. This week I want to leave you with a song that has been around for a very, very long time, and I know it was a big hit in the US. It wasn't so much a big hit here in Australia, but it was a song that I somehow or another came across and was something that I went out and bought the album and enjoyed it even to this day. And it's Taylor Dayne, Love Will Lead You Back. And it's a beautiful love song about letting go of somebody and hoping that they're going to, after their little adventure, find their way back to you, and, the love that you shared will be even stronger. And I know in my day-to-day work, lots of people sort of, contact me, have readings and whatever. And, they're always looking for that love that got away, that, is he coming back or is she coming back? And this song, I think, really epitomises that. So I want to leave you with Taylor Dayne and Love Will Lead You Back. Until next week, have an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are in this world of ours. Bye for now.
I'm Dean, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my cherished ducklings. I'm Perry Lyons. This is Moonstruck TV and or A1R Radio. I'm very happy to see you. For those of you watching at home, I'm Mime, and I'm trapped in a box. I don't know why I dressed like a mime tonight, but I'm thinking of just acting out the whole show and being completely silent. No, bad idea. Tonight, Mimes on radio. I'm going to do the psychic weather, and then I'm going to take your phone calls because I just love the people who call in, and we always have a really nice connection, knock wood. And if you're feeling a little spacey and goofy, as you can tell, I kind of am tonight. There's a huge full moon, not one of those little tiny full moons. The moon actually does remain the same size, but it looks really big tonight. And it's in Leo. And Leo is a very proud, slightly goofy sign that's kind of a show off. And by kind of, I mean tremendously. So the moon in Leo, full moon in Leo, is going to make you sort of feel a little crazy in kind of a nice, slightly show-offy way. So perfect for those of us who happen to be hosting psychic shows tonight, and probably perfect for you who want to go out and party tonight or tomorrow or whatever. But wait till after the show. Go party afterwards. So let's see. Okay, I'm going to do the psychic tarot weather. This is how this works. The first card is for the beginning of the week, which is today. I know it's not a calendar week, but still. Influences generally. It's usually pretty specific, so you'll be amazed how specifically these play out in your week ahead. The second card is the middle of the week. It's like the weekend, And then the third card is the last few days of the week ending on next Wednesday. Ready? Let's go. Oh, that's nice. First card is the Three of Cups. This is often what I call the engagement card or baby shower card. So you might be getting news of a baby shower. Oh, I'd like to shout out to my friend Jennifer in Mexico City, who just found out her daughter's having a little one. Congratulations. So you might be planning a baby shower. You might be planning a wedding, or you might actually just be celebrating if you're a woman with girlfriends, or if you're not a woman, if you're a man or you're gender fluid, whatever. You might still be celebrating with friends, some sort of fun blowing off steam thing. Whee! Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even know I had this card. This is from an Animal Spirit deck by Colette Baron Reed, who's wonderful, lovely woman. It's the Crow Spirit. And Crow Spirit is asking you to co-create with source energy, with spirit energy. It's a great time to write down what you want to manifest. And it's a great time to learn how to both sort of take control and surrender at the same time. The best secret I've ever learned for manifesting is somehow to get yourself in a really good mood. I don't care what it takes. As people, sometimes we can confuse beating ourselves up with like virtue. Like, if I don't beat myself up, if I don't criticize myself, I'm going to be a bad person. Not true. You'll probably be a better and happier person if you stop beating yourself up. I'm not sure why I'm channeling that for you, but apparently most of you out there need to hear that today. Crow Spirit, very good thing. Co-create with spirit. Have some faith. It's going to work out. It really is. Okay, and I think I just set that card on fire. And the last card is the Four of Swords. Now, in ancient times, knights, like the one you see lying on top of the tomb here, used to pray between battles. I mean, it would make more sense if they actually slept and ate, but hey, if you're going to be a knight, you might as well do it all the way. So this card is about not praying between battles, because hopefully you're not going to walk out the door tomorrow in a suit of armor and skewer somebody. But it is about taking a break. You've been working really hard. It's January. We're all trying to, get back on track after lazing around during the holidays. I don't know about you, but I spent my entire holidays like on a chaise-longue having half-naked male models feed me bonbons. Okay, that was a lie, but it could have happened. Anyway, after the laziness of the holidays, we're all trying to get back on track. But you want to give yourself at least a day off a week, because we need to reconnect to our fun self in order to give our serious grown-up self a reason to go on living. So take a break. Like today, tomorrow, take a day off, go ice skating, take your kids to a movie. If you don't have kids, rent some. Just be nice to yourself for a day. In fact, be nice to yourself for one day a week. Just a thought. 7 days a week would be ideal. Woohoo! Okay, we have a lovely lady in Montana whose name flashed on the screen too fast for me to see. So, hello, lovely. Oh, Sarah. Sarah with an H, my love?
Yes.
Hi, dear. How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm good. Montana, you lucky girl.
It's pretty cold.
I know. It's freaking cold in New York too. I got news for you. At least there you're cold and you have like elk and stuff. And we have elk here too. Anyway, so I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So tell me when your birthday is.
My birthday is April 16th, 1987.
Oh, what a great day. A lot of friends with that birthday. Very powerful day. 1980, you're just a baby. I have shoes older than you. Okay, my dear. It sounds like, I think you were going to say, I just have a general question, but actually it sounds like you have kind of a specific question. I can see it hovering above your head there. So what is you have a specific question. What is it, baby? Don't be shy.
It's mostly about work. I love my job and I feel very at home, and I just want to know that this is it for me, and I've done everything. Ready to be done with that.
Well, you are done with that job, and in Buddhist sections of Japan, when a job lets you go, they say congratulations, because it means you've outgrown that job. And some part of you is looking to bring your passion to bring something you love, get a job doing something that's more in line with who you are and what you love, which is entirely possible. I know that's I think a lot of us were brought up to believe that a job has to be a punishing place where you check your dreams at the door and spend the day yearning to be in bed. But there's a job waiting for you fairly soon. So take a couple of days off. Don't beat yourself up. That's the theme of today's show. And understand that you're young, you're lovely, you're really good with people. I know you're a little shy, right?
Yes.
But you're still good with people. You don't have to be, outgoing as like a Labrador Retriever puppy to be good with people. You are good with people because you're kind and empathetic. And your gentleness is a lovely quality and very rare these days. So good for you. It feels like you'd be happy doing something that was half administrative and half sort of either creative or working a bit with the public. So I don't want you doing something that's all administrative or all... What was your last job?
Well, it's my current job. I actually am a deputy clerk for the city hall in this small town of about 1,000 people. And I just got it, and I've done everything else, and I just got it, and I love it because I do work with administrative, and I do get to work with the public, and I just love it, and I just want to know if this is it for me.
Oh, it's a perfect fit. I'm sorry, I thought you had said you'd lost your job, and this is exactly the job I saw coming up for you. So congratulations, and I'm going to pat myself on the back too because I was right